Ladies and gentlemen, we'll make a start if you don't mind. We have the usual combination of councillors here in person and those online. So the first item up is apologies. We have received an apology for Deputy Mayor Simpson for early departures. Any others up on the screen, Duncan?
Just Councillor Williamson for lateness.
Okay. Any more? Yeah. Okay, moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Stewart. All those in favour? Aye, carried. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? Item 2. There's none, I think. Item 3, confirmation of minutes. There's a motion on the screen to confirm the minutes. Moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Aye, carried. There are no petitions. Item number 5, acknowledgement. Just a very brief acknowledgement from me, following on from some of the other acknowledgements have been made in respect of the World Cup, Women's FIFA World Cup, that the New Zealand component of which just concluded on Tuesday with another magnificent match, and just really to acknowledge all the people who took part in that tournament, whether as volunteers or officials, and particularly I think to the people of Auckland who turned out in such huge numbers to support what was an incredibly successful event. So I think it's important at the first meeting after that tournament that we acknowledge that, and to give our city and to give our people a pat on the back, which was absolutely phenomenal.
If you still want to watch the games, they're on at the
Okay, Councillor Baker.
Can I just add to that too, Mr Chair, just how good is it to have a big event and not to hear a single complaint about trains, buses? How good was our public transport? How good was, you know, the people within council group, I suppose, who contributed to such a good event? And, you know, the silence was deafening in terms of the normal whinging about how bad things are when the bus is 2 minutes late. So I just want to congratulate everyone within the organisations who allowed that tournament to be so good. Okay, great. So we'll obviously get a chance to address that in terms of Auckland Transport's not insignificant contribution to the functioning of the tournament later on the piece. That brings us to item 5, which is public input. We have one request received and accepted, and as I invite the team to the table here, we have Fraser Foote from Wellington Electric Boat Building, and Fraser will introduce the other members of the project team. Fraser's company, which is based in Wellington, produces all electric ferries designed to suit each specific route, which I think might be of particular interest to a number of the councillors here who have ferry runs in their wards, and they are the Southern Hemisphere's producer of the first all-electric high-performance passenger ferry. So we have a company here in our country that is walking the talk, has an all-electric passenger ferry up and running in Wellington. So without any further ado, welcome Fraser, and the floor is yours.
Is that better? Can you hear me? Oh, look, that's marvellous, isn't it? Great. So I'm going to hopefully make this thing go. I'm just going to watch this for a minute. No, it's okay. We haven't got any sound. Technical issue. There is no sound, it's electric. It is actually. So, thank you. Yeah, that's Ikareri blasting across Wellington Harbour on one of her first runs at 22 knots. So, yeah, my name's Fraser Foote, originally from Whangarei, but now live in Wellington. And I'm the Managing Director of the Wellington Electric Boat Building Company. My background is passenger ferries. I've been fortunate to build about 25 of them. And you would all know Osprey that's here in Auckland Harbour. Been here, I think I built her 28 years ago, still going strong. So I'll just introduce some of my team here. So it's a very important point. This boat was built by a team of people, certainly not by me. To my left here is Christian Simpson, who's SSC Marine, does all our naval architecture. We also have Gurrit, who supplied all our composite materials and did all the structural engineering. To my right here is Lindsay Faithful, CEO and owner of Mackay Electrical in Whangarei. Mackay had a huge part in this, supplied the batteries, power converters, the motors, did electrical engineering, which was pretty extensive, put the whole thing together and then, of course, made it go. So we have a team and we needed a client, of course, so I'd built a boat for East by West Ferries. I've got to click this thing again, don't I? Sorry. No, ooh, what do I do? Yep, there we are, sorry. I can build a boat, but I'm not really good with technology, obviously. So, yeah, we needed a client, so I built a boat for East by West some 20 years ago. And so we kind of sat around a room and went, okay, the technology's here, let's build a boat. We'll make it electric, can't be that hard. So, that's the boat, the Ikareri. So, if you take nothing out of my little speech today, we all sitting here believe these are very run-specific vessels and projects. So if you go back to Osprey, built that, some cute Caterpillar engines. We like the ZF gearboxes, 1,200 litres a side, it'll go anywhere. These boats can't carry enough energy and batteries to go wherever you want to go. So they really need to be this boat's designed specifically for what East by West wanted. So they're a commuter and tourist operation. They wanted 3 back-to-back runs in the morning. They wanted 3 in the afternoon. They wanted a lunch cruise and a dinner cruise. And so that's what we designed the boat around. Huge focus on weight control for this project. As you can see in the little slide here, you know, weight is hull resistance. And my friend over here talks to me all about that all the time. And resistance is energy, and energy sure is money. So, I mean, it was so intense, this weight control, that one day I weighed the windscreen wipers and I went down the road and bought pizza and beer because they were 15 kilograms underweight. We weighed every single part of the boat. We went in the water about 1,500 kilograms light, which, if you know anything about boat building, doesn't happen. We had a service speed expectation of 20 knots. We've seen 26 on the dial. Lindsay's team wouldn't give us all the power in our first run. They were all a bit, you know, it was a bit scary because it's got so much grunt. And with only 80% of the power, we got 22 knots, and the next day 24, and then we've done some tweaks and we're getting 25 to 26. So it's fast, it's silent, it's amazing. It's by far the most successful project I've ever done in my life. So, Gulf Harbour. So there's been some media about the fact that this isn't possible to be electric, and it absolutely is. The technology's here today, and it's only getting better. The batteries are getting better, the charging's getting better. We're learning a lot. The boat itself, we've learnt so much just operating it for the last 18 months. So, Gulf Harbour, we would use this boat here, 24 metres, foil assisted, 23 knots, 200 passengers. We've had a good look at the run. It's not that far, it's only 15 and a half nautical miles. Ikareri does 11 nautical miles. So right now Ikareri would do that run. I've got to find my next page, sorry. The other thing we're really interested to talk to AT about is some bike boats. Lots of discussion about tunnels and more harbour crossings. And this is an interim solution, like right now. So 3 boats, we've got a proposal we're going to present in the next few days. The run's real short. The boats have to do 12 knots because of the restrictions underneath the bridge. So very good solution, pretty easy. They allowed me 5 minutes, but so I think that's it. We can do it. So yeah, we'd like some engagement. Thank you. Questions?
Okay, so thanks very much, Fraser. We'll open the room up to questions, and we kind of have two components here. We have the last bit there to do with our second proposal or opportunity with bike ferries, and then we have the ability to produce electric ferries for route-specific services, which is certainly pretty exciting from my perspective as being one of the council that has 3 separate ferry services in our ward. But other members opening up for questions. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. What's the passenger capacity?
So Ikariri is done specifically for East by West needs. It's 132 passengers, and we would build a 200 passenger boat for the Gulf Harbour run.
You made the comment that the Kariri would do the Gulf Harbour run, but then you said the Kariri was built around 3 trips in the morning, 3 trips in the evening, and 2 in the middle of the day. It wouldn't do that there, would it? Because the distance would take away some of the trips.
So it would be charging at each end. But yeah, absolutely. Ikariri will do 80 nautical miles at 8 knots and 25 nautical miles at 20 knots.
And you just said with charging at each end.
Yeah.
So you would be fast charging at each end, and you'd,
Yeah.
and that takes a much greater capacity of supply and charger facility, correct?
Yeah, there's, it's an interesting question. So when you build a boat, there's 4 things that you've got to think about. The cost of the boat, the scope of work, the quality that you're going to do, and the time frame you build it in. When you build an electric boat, there's 2 other very, very important parts of that solution, and that is the run rate and the charger. And I often say to people, if you're going to build a boat, man, you talk about the charger first. It took us 3 years to put a charger in on Wellington foreshore. So charging infrastructure is of vital importance. With more charging, you can have less batteries and less cost. It's a very integrated system. Everything affects everything.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. My other question was, what's your bike capacity, and have you spoken to central government?
Yeah, we've spoken to central government. They're interesting, aren't they? Capacity is 60 bikes and 100 people. Yeah, and with the 3 boats. So the 3 boats would start off in the morning for commuters, and then during the middle of the day they would come offline and turn and be charged, and then they'd be charged for the end of the day, and then they would come offline, you know, later on at night. That's our solution.
Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, I'm very excited by your presentation, and I'm really interested in, you know, getting my head around the route-specific dimension to this. I feel that, you know, given the isthmus that we are, that there has to be a greater future for using the harbour for connectivity and public transport for the future. What I'm interested in, though, is to what degree, you know, you're talking about being innovators. Are you collaborating with other people within the sector? How is that work that you're being undertaking at the moment? You know, issues around intellectual property, issues around charging, issues around making sure that the infrastructure that is there, that is standardised for other operators. Can you just give me a little bit of insight into what is occurring within your industry amongst yourself and your competitors, and the lobbying that you are doing to central government to try and get the regulatory framework in a way that's going to be workable for the future?
I mean, firstly, you know, we know the people that are building boats at the moment, and you know, some of them are friends of ours, and they're good people. As far as the rest of it, I'm going to hand over to Lindsay because he's got a better handle on some of this.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Lindsay Faithful tōku ingoa, Managing Director of Mackay, the electrical systems partner for Webco. Councillor Fletcher, to answer your question, so AT are putting a very extensive charging infrastructure project throughout Auckland at the moment. and that's very substantial, and it'll use an international standard charging protocol, which means anyone's ferry can plug into it, including ours and including the ones that are on order for you guys right now.
I'm really proud of the boat building history that we've had in the City of Sails, you know, that, as we like to think of ourselves. Are we to the forefront internationally on this, and how are we going to capture the research and development that is taking place so that we can keep that competitive edge?
Absolutely. I had a phone call 6 months ago from Saudi Arabia, and they said, you realise you're the only ones in the world that have built an ocean-going electric passenger ferry that works. I went, okay, yeah. So, you know, we are innovators, and this was a challenging project, of the most challenging of my 40-something years. And there was times where we had seemingly, you know, problems or, you know, design issues that we were tackling. COVID was actually my friend, because we stopped the project and we were able to get through a lot of stuff and come out of it the other end. So yeah, it's
worthwhile, Christian, just talking about our interaction with the Auckland marine industry.
Yeah, do you want to talk a bit about that, interaction with the Auckland industry?
Yes, I can speak to that. I'm a naval architect and a specialist in that field. I've got 35 years or more doing it. I'm a former America's Cup team member and specialising in the sort of hull design. As a result, I end up interacting with other specialists, structural engineers, interior, exterior, you know, regulatory compliance, as well as the electrical and the boat building side of things. It's a very challenging project, a very challenging arena. The game is moving very fast. You've got to keep abreast of both technology of the moment and technology that is upcoming, and be aware of what the possibilities might be in the very near or mid-term. And as a result, you end up working with people who are, and in Auckland, in Whangarei, around the country, not just Auckland specific, but who are experts in their particular field and integrating their expertise and knowledge and foresight rather than working in an ivory tower in isolation saying, I know it all. You can't possibly conduct a project like this on that basis.
Councillor Walker, online.
Sure, thank you very much, John. I've just got a question that the guests may be able to answer, but may not. Quite clearly, from their presentation, we have a situation where this is game-changing now. But having said that, with the enhancement in charging technology and battery technology, and arguably even more improvements in boat building, this will be even more viable in the future. Now, this is quite critical information, because it strikes me that we will have an alternative that will beat hopping on, say, a bus, hands down, because that is going to be constrained by more traffic and other issues. How can we tap into this information so that we've got contestable advice around something that's so important? That's my question.
Engage with us, we'd love to help. And one of the things outside the boat building that we would love to help with is the East Bow West team have been pivotal with this whole project, and they've learnt so much. The boat's going so much further and so much faster than we ever thought possible. And part of this is the East Bow West team have got all this data that they've collected. It's unbelievable. We're struggling to even grasp what they're doing at the moment. They've got big spreadsheets and they're putting them all together to know exactly how to sail this boat and get the very, very best out of it. So, and some of that information would save Auckland Transport and then a lot of money in what even the boats they're using now. East Bow West have transferred that technology over to the diesel boats they've got and are saving tens of thousands of dollars a month in diesel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just through you, as much and all as this information is useful to us, the people of Auckland need to know about this, because that can alter their perspective and their comment on these sorts of options.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Walker.
Just one thing to add. So just about battery technology, the improvement in energy density, which means you can go further with the same weight, it's not quite exponential, but it's very steep. So if we can do this now, and we firmly believe we can, then in 2, 3, 4 years, it'll be even better. I guess that's just the other point to make. The improvement in battery technology is happening so rapidly that it'll just get better and better from a position where we can do it now. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, gents. You'll be aware that we have a fleet of electric ferries underway. Can you just outline your part? Did you bid in the procurement process for those? Were you aware of the process?
We were absolutely aware of what was going on, and we weren't allowed to bid. That was my understanding. So yeah, we weren't allowed to be involved.
Did Auckland Transport representatives, did they visit you? I thought they visited your company and inspected your vessels.
So lots of AT staff have been to see the boat and ridden on it. Lots and lots of them. They've all, a lot of them come to the Marine Transport Conference. It happens every year, and it's been in Wellington a couple of times. And so yeah, there's a lot of AT staff have been on the boat, and we have some communication with them, and it's good. It's positive communication.
Okay, and just in terms of that Gulf Harbour back to the city, it's a pretty gnarly environment. I used to sail a lot around the Gulf, and I know how big the fetch can be there, and the swells are enormous. I think we factor in extreme swells of 3.5 metres there, and you'll know that there are cancellations due to the conditions, and it's usually on the beam, uncomfortable. I've been to Tiri Martingi not so long ago, and in the summer, and experienced that. I should have taken a bucket. So just in terms of your hull design, can you just explain how it can endure those conditions to make a reliable service?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, first I'll refer to Fraser's experience of the Wellington ferry in windy Wellington. They've been out in over 2.5 metre seas and 50 knots of breeze and maintained a service in that. So the vessel as a concept is definitely proven in that sea state. Fundamentally, our design is a very narrow waterline hull. It's not a wide planing hull, it's a narrow cleaving hull which slices through the water rather than planes above it. And because of that, it responds less to wave encounters. And certainly for the Gulf Harbour route, we would have a foil-assisted ferry, which the foil would serve to damp some of the pitch motion out as well. So as a design principle, it's a more sea-kindly vessel than the current vessels on service right now. But certainly in the course of the design process, we would be looking to model sea keeping and sea states and ensure it was suitable for the route. Now, that said, there is always going to be a limiting sea state. Every vessel has a limiting sea state. It's about where that limiting sea state meets the most frequently encountered weather pattern. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Councillor Darby. Just final question from me. We're fortunate we've got a little bit more time for public input today because you're the only presenters and you've come up from Wellington. And it just really follows on from Councillor Darby's question. Obviously, it sounds like we have a more resilient craft that would reduce cancellation rates, but he referred to our program that's rolling out with electric ferries. I guess for the public and even ourselves, there's probably the notion that all electric ferries are created equal, and it's a bit like perhaps buying a car. I suspect that's not the case. Would you like to elaborate on terms of our choices going forward and perhaps what we should be considering, given you're the only location in the Southern Hemisphere that has direct on-the-water experience?
No. Very difficult question. You know, the people that are building these boats are friends of ours, and they're doing what they're doing. I think our big strength is we're a team of dedicated people that have done something amazing, and it's better than we expected. So I don't know anything about those boats other than they're being built. I don't know the details, their run rate, how much batteries they've got. So, you know, without all that information, I don't believe we'd be wise to say anything. I'm sure those boats will be of some use to Auckland. Pardon?
All right,
I don't want
okay.
to say much more.
It's Christian's statement about how we took a different design.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to summarise, we've made different design choices for a different application. I would say that our design philosophy, our design style, where we've positioned the boat in terms of the parameters of the hull shape, is targeting a different set of criteria and therefore a different outcome. Yeah.
So thank you very much for your presentation, gentlemen. There's a recommendation up on the screen to receive the public input and also to request that Auckland Transport engage with WebCo regarding electric ferries in Auckland. It would seem to me there's possibilities of sharing information and perhaps information provided that might be of use to us as we roll out our fleet over the next few years. So Councillor Fletcher has moved that, seconded by Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? Right. Carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming up, Fraser from Welling, today to give that excellent presentation. Really appreciate it. And moving on, did I jump the gun a bit there? Do we have to do this on this?
No,
okay. Yeah, so we've got item 6. There's no local board input. Item number 7, extraordinary business. There is just one item there. Understanding Order 2.4.6. I'm just looking for agreement of the meeting to receive a verbal update relating to the general business of the committee on later on item 13 to do with the Waitemata Harbour connections. As you'll know, there was an announcement recently, so we're just really looking for Megan Tyler to give us a bit of an update. It'll be a verbal one. I think that shouldn't cause too much dismay in the meeting, so I'll move that.
No,
doesn't have to be moved. Okay, so that's just an information one there. Item 8 brings us to the first item of the day, which is the Auckland Transport update. I'll welcome Dean, Stacey and Mark Lang and Mark Lambert to the table. And as they're doing that, I'll just make the observation that for the next 1, 2, 3, 4 items, there is quite some substantive information on the attachments. So as much as the agendas are reasonably concise, there is quite a lot of information in the attachments for anyone in the public or indeed councillors. So welcome, Dean. I'll leave you to do the introductions and to crack into the update, and hopefully today we'll have a good opportunity to drill down on some of the specifics of it that perhaps has eluded us a little bit in the last few meetings.
Yep.
There you go, Dan.
Okay, kia ora, councillors, mayor, and members of the public. Thank you very much once again to give you an update from Auckland Transport. And note, we have a full agenda transport related today. Can I just reflect on the presentation regarding electric ferries? Look, we welcome those conversations, okay? New Zealand is very innovative, and we're seeing that innovation come in a technology that is moving rapidly, not just here but overseas. And yes, it is moving fast, which is a good thing. So look, appreciate their input and am aware of what they're achieving in Wellington. What I'd like to propose is next month we give this committee a presentation on what we're actually doing. under the banner of Mission Electric. I actually wrote to you, Chair, a week or so ago suggesting that. We would propose to bring our current suppliers, including the ferry ones, just talk about some of the technology and the route-specific, location-specific design that's going into that. We can touch on the procurement process because I noted a question there, but more importantly, we'll tell you what we're looking to achieve as outcomes for Auckland as emission reduction, decarbonising the system. You might recall this journey started in 2019 when a climate emergency was declared and budget was allocated in partnership with the government to electrify our own fleet across all modes, so that's ferries, buses and trains. And I think it'd be a good time to give you an update on that. That's all I wanted to touch on there. Can we go to our monthly report, please? And I've got the clicker. Yes, of course, thank you. So we're going to run through a number of things today. We'll try and move expeditiously through that. We'll give you an update on the capital program. We're aware of challenges around medium and small projects, in particular cycling and walkway access, which we will touch on. I've got Kathy here today just to talk about some of the things we're doing around environmental outcomes, sustainability, climate change initiatives. Too often we assume we need a strategy to guide us. We're actually doing some really important stuff every single day and doing this in the way that we design and think and set standards. So that'll be good to get that. We'll touch on maintenance contracts and driver training programs for ferries, and then we'll talk to SOI targets and performance against those, etc. So you can see there's a good program there. Okay. Some recent highlights. So good news yesterday, we've got the bus driver complement. We've now got what we need, but you'll see as of this report, we were 23 short, so we're back. And that's a huge thank you to all those that have contributed, including Auckland Council and the government. The fee for travel for the Women's World Cup has gone very well. We've had a lot of good feedback, both directly and on social media, so I'm really pleased, and thank you for those that have passed on compliments. I've caught the train and the bus many times. I've had the privilege of going to 4 games, took the kids, all boys I might add, and I can only reiterate what we've got there, that it has gone well. We've done a safety perception amongst staff, and you'll see a comment later in our report around violence and verbal abuse. So it's understanding how they're feeling. Do they feel in control? Have we got the ability to manage a safe working environment for our people in a more tense and socially aggressive Auckland? That's very important for us. So I'm very pleased that we have got such a high participation rate at 58%. That allows us to get very good insight as to what's happening. We have confirmed a parking tariff increase. The minimum fee will go from 50 cents per hour to $1.50, but $1 will be added onto every hour for tariffs above that as well. But the minimum fee currently is 50 cents, and it will go to $1.50. There'll be more communication on that coming, but that's what's been approved. And that's in line with our statement of intent objectives and our commitment through Room to Move. We're also out communicating with Aucklanders around speed and speed management. Some of our challenges coming our way, and you'll be aware of these, but it's worth touching on them. The Kiwi Rail network and maintaining the quality of those assets has been a challenge for Kiwi Rail through lack of funding over many years and many government cycles. It's very important that we support them to get this right, otherwise we'll not get the benefit of the CRL investment. And I'm not saying anything that Kiwi Rail wouldn't say if they were in this room. We need to support them in achieving that outcome. We've resolved the industrial dispute. Well, we haven't, but with some good support from Auckland Transport, the NZ Bus dispute is now resolved, so I'm very pleased about that. We'll talk on ferry service provision and risks, and I've already touched on the violence and threats. I'd like to hand over to Mark, and they can choose which one, but I think it's Mark Lang on the capital budget update. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Dean. Good morning, councillors. Just to provide context for these next couple of slides, obviously over the last couple of months, well, back in June, the council had a gigantic hole to fill with the $370 odd million hole in the operating budget. So virtually all the focus during the annual budget time at that moment was focused on the operating hole, and we didn't really get into the detailed conversation around the capital budget, probably to the extent ideally we would have liked. But I guess now that the dust has settled a little bit, we'd love to be able to sit down and sort of start taking you through what some of the implications are on the AT capital budget, and particularly what it means for certain projects. And off the back of this today was more of a frame-up conversation, as if councillors would like a far more detailed conversation. We're more than happy to bring it into here or into a workshop setting, or link it into the long-term plan conversation. But I guess there's a couple of really key things we want to draw out that were embedded in the council budget doc, but just wanted to really tease out some of the implications. So the first one was that, go back a year ago, we were looking at the phasing of the budgets, and we actually pushed some money out of the coming couple of years into later into the decade, just in terms of the rate at which we could deliver coming out of COVID, the ramp up back to construction of projects after a number had been put on hold for a couple of years. So $128 odd million was pushed out of this current year into future years in the decade. The next bit, just as a reminder, as we went through the budget process, we've had to absorb, and at the moment the estimate range is somewhere in the 125 to 150 million of work this year for flood storm response. And what that practically means is going and building things like new retaining walls, roads at Rawa, etc., all around the region. So the combination of that money getting pushed out and needing to absorb this flood storm response within our existing budgets, in layman's terms, means there's very little money to start new projects. And that's in this year. And if you can sort of follow me with this one, it's a bit of a leap, but it's the compounding impact for us is that it creates a pinch point in next year's budget. And it's particularly as we roll from one, what we call sort of 3-year NLTP sort of, or government funding cycle into the next, which also aligns to the next LTP, is based, if we start, the real danger for us is we start projects this year, and depending on where the LTP lands or government GPS funding for next year, that we've overcommitted to projects that means suddenly we've started things that we can't any longer afford. So that's one of the real risks for us. We've been doing significant amount of financial modelling sitting behind it, and what the next bullet really summarises is that if we could actually invest, and when I say invest, this is the money going out the door, up to about 50 odd million extra this year, and up to about 100 million next year relative to the current RLTP and CATA, then we could actually keep a number of mid-sized projects moving that currently at the moment is uncertain. And we've given some examples here on the list, and the short version is at the moment we can't keep everything on that list going without taking a little bit of risk around that money. What's not written on there is behind the scenes we're doing a lot of work looking at efficiency around procurement numbers, but also continuing to work with central government to see if we can actually secure other pots of money, whether it's out of the SURF or in some of the latest news is it looks like the funding of Eastern Busway money that we've secured, we might better bring some forward. So it takes some pressure off, but we just really want to flag the issues today that if we could actually invest and take a little bit of risk on the upside around how much we commit, knowing that we typically deliver about 95% of the program, there's just a small chance that we actually overshoot this year and next if everything fell into line and we actually delivered everything that we're planning to. On the next slide, and this is just for those that prefer numbers over words, it's sort of trying to illustrate the same thing in a different way. How you should read this slide is the top line is asset management. There's a lot of work going into resilience and recovery and the obviously flood storm response, plus the other piece around core renewals to effectively fix potholes and road surfaces. The level of committed projects, I guess, is the new bit, is we've probably got the highest level of committed projects we've ever had at the start of a financial year. Principally around Eastern Busway, but a lot of the stuff around CRL, go live, get ready to the trains that are on order or overseas, etc. And obviously you can see then we've scooped a number of things into what we call the critical projects on a critical path, but amount of money then left for the things like cycling and what was the Connect Communities projects, so the corridor improvements, there's very little left in the tin relative to what was in the RLTP. So if you're still with me, what we would just want to quickly show you now is do a slight deep dive, because we're getting a number of questions from councillors, communities, stakeholders around what's the status of our cycling projects, and we just wanted to do a little slight deep dive on those in the next 2 slides to sort of say, well, within all that, if there's less money for new projects, what does it actually practically mean for a number of the projects that are out there? And I'll provide some opening comments, and if Mark Lambert would like to add anything at all that I leave out. But what we've got here is this page is the list of stuff that we would like to crack on within the next couple of years, and you can see at the bottom there's a bit of a funding gap at the moment depending on where other parts of the program land, but essentially like Sir Point Chef to Westmere, we've talked about a lot in the past, that there should be ready to award a construction contract in September. Links to GI, so benefits of linking into the GI to Tamaki Cycleway, Great North Road, which has been discussed, Mangere cycling, Manukau cycling projects, and then the Qatar ones, which were essentially, this is starting to break down with the approval of the Qatar, what some of those projects are that we'll be looking to deliver across the region. Another way you can think about this is the 23-24, you know, we think we're okay in that year. It's to the extent that these projects span multiple years and start going into that next sort of planning funding cycle, it's the unknown around the amount of money in the 24-25 year. So it's the risk that we commit contractually to things this year that then next year we find we might not have the money as we work through the LTP. So that's the list of, I guess, those, what we'd call the ones that are more ready to go. This is the list of other things that we obviously know are critical importance and we would love to be doing as well, but again, they're sort of further down the list in terms of funding, etc. at the moment. And I know we've had some specific questions in around some of these. So obviously stage 4 to GI to Tamaki, obviously critical piece to complete that at some point, but at the moment we don't see it's funded in the next 2 years. The Meadowbank Kohimarama going drive, we would love to crack on and actually do that while the tracks are shut, but again, it's just from a funding point of view, we're not there. We are talking to central government or Waka Kotahi about with their scope to bring some SURF funding into that. And a list of other projects on there. So at the moment though, if I'm realistic, these projects, unless we can secure some more of that funding from any source, there's a good chance they won't be actually getting construction started in the next 2 years. So I know it's probably a bit of a dampener, but this is the kind of stuff that is the implication of, and we didn't get a chance to rediscuss it in June, because we're talking about the significant OPEX issues, but these are some of the implications of, if you sort of frame it back up, the needing to absorb all of this flood storm response within the existing budget, and happy to have other conversations with council about it if there's appetite. But, you know, one of the solutions might be some of the money that we pushed out of these couple of years into the back half of the decade. If we could bring a small piece of that back forward, we could actually keep a number of the things on these lists moving. So we'll leave you with that as a thought to ponder, and if there's questions on it later, we can dig into it more if you like.
Sorry, Kathy. Yeah, if that's okay, Mark, thank you. If I can introduce, well, she probably needs no introduction actually, Dr. Kathy Biebelman. I thought it was really useful for you to hear some of the really excellent things that are happening every single day in the way we design and think about Auckland's environment and addressing all the things that Kathy's going to touch on, so I don't repeat what she's going to say. Kathy, over to you. Thank you.
Morena, and thank you for the invitation. I just want to talk very briefly about some of the climate adaptation work we've been doing at Auckland Transport. We've been focusing on the Ministry for the Environment's approach for how we address this and progress our work, particularly around our coastal and inland hazards. So we're working closely with council staff who are doing the shoreline adaptation planning. To date, they've delivered 5 of the 20 SAPs, or shoreline adaptation plans, And we're building on that information in quite a lot more detail. So we're starting with those that have been completed by council, and now we're going into very specific details around the AT assets in those areas and looking at what should we be monitoring, what are some of the options for addressing it, how quickly are we likely to have to respond, and building that information into our asset management frameworks now and processes. So that's putting us in a good position when we start to look across our coastal asset portfolio and helping us understand now where we should be prioritising work. We're starting, sorry, wrong one. One of them, thanks. We're starting to look now at the inland hazards, and fortunately, or unfortunately, we did manage to accumulate quite an awful lot of evidence associated with landslides earlier this year. We've collated data on around 1,300 landslides on our network, and we're uploading that information into the National Landslide Database to provide a more full picture of what's happening, particularly across the Auckland network, but that information's available to be used nationally as well. This year we're looking to develop a predictive framework using international best practice, and we're looking at a New South Wales framework where they have been able to predict vulnerable slopes and then assessed the adaptation options that could be applied or considered to minimise the impact should they be susceptible to ongoing high levels of rainfall. So we're continuing that work and starting to integrate the work with our utility providers and looking at how our networks overlap and where the utility networks did not fall over in the events at the start of the year, and what can we learn from that. We're starting to share that knowledge now back with council and more particularly across ACAN, the Aotearoa Climate Adaptation Network, which is a network of local government officials, so that we are able to consolidate the learnings we have in Auckland with those from across New Zealand. I just want to share with you our environment scorecard as well from last year. We're currently collating the data for the past financial year, and that will be out in the next couple of months. But we're presenting annually now a scorecard of our environmental progress. This is in English and also has been translated into te reo and is available on our website. In the previous financial year, we had 5 targets in which we have a 10-year work program to deliver. And I'll just touch on a couple, particularly around greening our network, where we're collaborating closely with community facilities and the parks team within council to look at where we plant street trees and how we can improve canopy cover across our network. And that ties in nicely with recent changes, perhaps even in Europe, where the European Parliament recently passed legislation to have a mandated 10% canopy cover across their network and streets. Particularly of interest will be around fish passage and biodiversity, and that where we upgrade our culverts, we are removing impediments to fish passage, so to enable those upstream breeding grounds to improve. And managing our discharges is where we treat the runoff from our busiest roads. Partly there's a combination of factors at play in that we were unable to deliver any in that previous financial year. Partly COVID, partly funding, but what we did have was 519 new treatment devices vested to our network through development. So streets that are new streets that are being developed are having treatment devices installed on them. I could focus a little on the waste minimisation, and that we've got a really good degree of success there, particularly through our maintenance contracts of our road network, and again on some of the capital programs that are starting to track data for us on a monthly basis now. And we're getting a good level of diversion from landfill, and we're in particular we're looking to encourage the use of recycled materials. But I'm happy to take any questions on that later. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy, and good morning, councillors and Mayor. We've received a number of requests for a little bit more information on how we manage our maintenance contracts. So I'll spend a few minutes just talking a little bit about this in a little bit more detail that's on the slide. So we've got 8 road corridor maintenance contracts. They bundle both maintenance and renewal activities to get economies of scale out of those contracts. 6 are on the mainland, and we've got 2 smaller island contracts as well. Now they include everything with regards to maintenance and renewal activities, so reactive, routine, the programme road works that we do, both on the road and on the footpath. It includes obviously things like pothole repairs and the resurfacing of the road, the rebuilding of the actual road structure, and things such as traffic sign and road marking maintenance and curb and channel repairs and renewals as well. We've also built into these contracts emergency response. So every time we do any emergency response, whether it's to major weather events as we've seen earlier in this year, or the ongoing response to more smaller incidents, it's all based on competitively tendered unit rates. So we're getting good value out of those contracts for everything we do, whether it's emergency or planned. We have also built into these contracts, which were competitively tendered over the last 2 years, the ability to add standalone one-off capital works as well. So, for example, we are looking at the moment, or we have just awarded some work on the GI linked cycleways, which are through our road maintenance contracts without having to go through another procurement exercise, because we've already got very good tendered unit rates in there, and we can actually align it into some of our maintenance works and get even more economies of scale through that alignment as well. These contracts do exclude, however, things like street tree maintenance, roadside mowing, weed spraying, catch pit cleaning, which is all undertaken through Auckland Council contracts. We've also taken the opportunity to align these new 8 contracts geographically with local board boundaries. We haven't done it yet, but what we will be doing is reporting performance against those contracts in local board areas or cumulative local board areas. The contracts have terms of 5 plus 5 years, so the second 5-year term is discretionary on performance on our award of that second part of the term. And we've utilised the New South Wales model called collaborative maintenance partnerships, which effectively is enhancing how we used to do road maintenance, which was very much a supplier-client relationship, into more of a partnership relationship with the contractors. Like I say, we've recently competitively tendered all these contracts, and we've seen a reduction in unit rates compared to previous contracts, and we got very good competition for each of those. And in fact, a number of our contractors bid for a number of different contracts, and we purposefully prevented some of our contractors from gaining more than 2 or 3 individual contracts. I think we also received a bit of a request in terms of how practically do these contracts work and how do we work with our suppliers. So in principle, at the start of each financial year, aligned with the budgeting process, we set the nature and the amount of work required under each contract. The contracts allow us to be variable, they're long-term contracts. We can award no work in a contract, or we can award hundreds of millions if we choose to. So it's all based around the demand, the requirements, and what's actually set out in our funding and our priorities. The renewal programs, they're developed by Auckland Transport. They're not developed by the contractors. They're based on the asset management plan, so it's all fact-based, and it's based on asset condition assessments which Auckland Transport undertake independently of the contractors. Of course, we pass the required renewal work on to the contractor to do the programming and phasing of the work itself. The maintenance work programs are slightly different, and the contractors are the ones who are out there on the roads all the time, so we work very closely with them to set priorities around the maintenance activities. In terms of all work that's done, whether it's maintenance or renewals, we do quality monitoring. Contractors are not paid for the work that's defective, and contractors are required to either re-perform that work, or if we're sufficiently unsatisfied, we can approach other contractors at their cost to do it. With the exception of some fixed costs, which are mostly corporate, All work is paid, or most work is paid on the basis of volume, so it's largely measured in value. We only paid for work that's actually done, and importantly, it's all based on the competitively tendered unit rates that we've gone through the market in the last 2 years on. And just finally, in terms of how we manage those contracts, as I've mentioned, they're collaborative performance-based contracts, which are based on New South Wales, which is considered to be some of the best practice in the world. They have performance frameworks within them. There's reward and abatement KPIs, which are linked to finances as well. And those 5 key result areas being customer, safety, sustainability, value for money, and collaboration. We have monthly contract management meetings with every supplier, and we hold 3 monthly governance meetings, which are at a higher level within both AT and within the suppliers themselves. And we bring all suppliers together regularly to share knowledge, innovation, technology, etc. So I thought that might just give you a little bit of understanding of how we manage the contracts. I've got nothing more to say on that, but I'll hand over to Stacey, who will talk through ferries.
Good morning, and so whilst we shared some really good news about our bus driver shortage now being resolved, we still very much do have an issue with ferries in terms of particularly well-skilled skippers. So earlier this year you would have heard about the industry program where there was a good deal of collaboration to how we could improve the industry. So in terms of improving terms and conditions and wages for ferry crew, look at the training regime and look at obviously the immigration settings at the time. So there has been substantial work done then. One of the other things that was highlighted at the time was perhaps a necessity in order to do a planned reduction of ferry services to bring back firstly the reliability to the services that are planned to run, but also to allow fleet and crew to be allocated to the training program so that they can be accelerated. Ferry has obviously got a considerably higher sort of training regime than what we have for bus drivers. So for a skipper, as an example, it is 4 to 7 years, and most of that is actually time on the water. So we are now at the point where we do need to do a planned reduction in order to accelerate that training program. We also received notification from Fuller's on the 1st of August that they were withdrawing their services from Bayswater, Birkenhead and Northcote. So they were on a short-term contract and that had been rolled. There was obviously the idea that we would potentially look to re-procure services for those services, which is exactly what we're doing. So we do hope that we'll be in a position to be able to update next week that we will have replacement ferry services for those 3 routes. So that's Bayswater, Birkenhead and Northcote. It may not be on the exact timetable we have because it is a short tenure of contract, but that is absolutely what we're working towards. The other 2 impacted routes are Gulf Harbour and Half Moon Bay. So that means what we call an interpeak suspension of services for those. So that is between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Now, look, I'm absolutely aware that there is currently bus replacements running on some of those other trips, so we're looking for absolute clarity on what that timetable is going to be. It also means that services after 8 p.m. on those 2 routes will not run, as well Half Moon Bay on the weekends. So whilst that is not great news, it will help fast track that acceleration of program to be able to get up to absolute full requirements, and 14 to 18 months is what they're currently thinking. There is no absence of new people entering the industry, but the gap right now is those well-experienced skippers that can be deployed. So the 7 to 10 year in terms of experience that they're looking for. They are recruiting internationally. They have had people arrive. So those that come with qualifications abroad only takes approximately 6 to 9 months to get them skilled and accredited for New Zealand marine standards to be able to have them out on the water. So that is a real big focus in terms of what they're doing. The changes in terms of those planned service reductions, as well as ideally the replacement of the other ferry services, will occur on the 1st of October. So we have had some awareness over the last couple of days with impacted councillors in the areas where these ferries do service, and we have a comprehensive sort of communications plan on that. We will be providing regular updates in terms of how many training hours have occurred in each period, so that we're getting that reporting, so that we have confidence that the accelerated training program is working and we can see the benefit to the crewing out on our services in due course. That's, I guess, about that one. Thank you.
Chair, can I just check in? We've given quite a bit of information, and my question of you is, would you like to stop, take a few questions, and then we just complete the performance metrics, which includes safety? So we can pause, take questions, or we can continue. I'll take guidance from you.
How long will this last section take, do you think, Dean?
Just a few minutes.
Well, let's just finish it off. We've got a whole lot of questions, so we can answer them all in a one-er, I think.
I'm sure. That's good. That's good. I just wanted to check in first. And I'm going to take all of this as read, so that's probably a very helpful way of us accelerating. You'll see, this is the last time you'll see this slide. This is performance metric measurement against the last statement of intent. You've got a paper before you today to approve our next one, and we'll be reporting on that on a quarterly basis from here on in. But here you can see in plain terms what we've achieved, what we've been there or thereabouts on, and where we haven't been able to deliver on previously agreed targets. I'm just taking that as read. You can see what's happening here through the public transport patronage and our metrics. In general terms, all the trends are going in the right direction, which is very pleasing. We have the usual ups and downs. We've got an SOI target for this year of 83.4 million. We're projecting to be there or thereabouts at this stage. That's on an annualised basis. Our aspiration is month on month, later this year, early next year, and I want to emphasise the month on month to be clicking over at circa 100 million passenger movements, okay? But the annualised, or the annual average takes longer to get there just because we need time to build that. You'll see staffing levels have improved significantly. You'll see here bus reliability has been improving. 2% aren't hitting our reliability targets. That's up significantly from where it was last year, 86%. And increased reliability through those morning and afternoon peak services. So things are moving in the right direction there. And a similar story on ferries and trains. So obviously Tūāhanga has affected some of that reliability, but we've got pretty good statistics there. We continue to work on those, of course, particularly the train challenges. You'll see here what's happening on the rolling average. We touched on this before with public transport overall and that reliability. So I'll take those as read, but the trend lines are heading in the direction that we would expect them to. We'd all like them to steepen up in the right direction, but that is good direction. I'll now hand over to Stacey just to pick up on performance metrics around safety.
Sorry. In terms of transport safety, currently this is 12 months ending July, is 669 deaths and serious injuries have been reported on our roads across Tamaki Makaurau. 58 lives were lost and 611 have been seriously injured. In terms of some of those trends that we're seeing, the largest crash movement growths were in side impact and head-on crashes, and that's grown by 32% in the year. So what that may mean is, and potentially when it comes to the side impact sort of scenario, is that people taking more risky behaviour and taking chances and turning out of roads, and that's sort of representative of what we're seeing in the stats once we sort of dig into it a little bit more. For motorcyclists, that is the biggest DSI increase was due to overtaking. So again, that would represent more in terms of potentially the driving behaviours that we're seeing. And in terms of year to date, it is from January to July, when we look at that against the prior year, that is a 20% year-on-year increase with DSIs and fatalities actually, which is obviously pretty grim news when it comes to what's happening on our roads out there. In terms of the local board view, in the last 12 months, just under 50% of injuries have occurred in 6 local board areas, and I think this is pretty representative of what we've seen the last few times as well. There has been what I would call some pretty startling increases, and so when you look at that on where the local boards are broken down, you can see there's like a 400% increase in terms of fatalities in the Howick local board area. And there's also a substantive increase in the Henderson area as well. So these are the type of things we're sort of trying to understand more and why, and look at on a local level about what needs to be done and what interventions are needed. We're obviously getting a lot more information coming through with our data than we've ever had before, which is enabling better conversations with our road safety partners as well, so that we can help them understand that and sort of look at more targeted interventions where appropriate. In terms of, I did want to touch on about Vision Zero and the sort of funding challenge. Now, this is more about our SOI target, and so the current DSI targets have been reviewed from what we've put in historically, and they've been re-baselined on the current performance. Now, that's got a lot to do with obviously that forward capital projection and what we're actually doing with what I would call infrastructure interventions versus other things. So that has been re-baselined to be a bit more realistic, but also to be able to have year-on-year improvement to still reach what we need to do by 2050 as per our existing goals. It has obviously the cost to deliver interventions is substantially scaled up, and also our future budgets for these interventions have come down. That doesn't mean that we don't have other levers, and I really do want to stress that point. There's many other levers in the Road to Zero sort of portfolio that have had a substantive amount of work done on them. So whether that be the drug testing part, or whether it be looking at fines and penalties, AT have done considerable work on that to try and support that being reviewed. So there's a number of other things that are underway other than what we would call what people ask of AT in terms of those infrastructure changes to occur on our roads. But that is when you see why that SOI target has been changed. It's because it's unrealistic right now. And right now we cannot achieve in the current projection based on the level of investment and based on the level of what I would call as meaty decision making to make some of these other levers happen and get across the line to make substantive change. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That's the end of our presentation. Can I just acknowledge Wayne Donnelly, our chair, is also with us. Yeah, thank you.
And I see board member Jadaram there too. Welcome, Ravine. Not unsurprisingly, folks, we have a big swag of people lining up to ask questions. Just help the meeting if we could endeavour to keep those questions as succinct as possible, please. That would be much appreciated. So we have first batch, Councillors Turner, Fletcher, Newman, Simpson and Darby. It's about half of them. Okay, Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Hard to keep up with a tag team of information like that. My first question, seeing that the funding for infrastructure problems, etc., is stretched so far, have you stopped building speed humps, and if not, why?
I just refer members to that slide there.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Question 2, has your slip data identified block drains and lack of maintenance as one of the causes?
Can I just clarify, block drains and maintenance of our road service and network and the impact on safety?
Yeah, but impact on slips, etc., on your road network.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yep, Kathy.
Thank you. Certainly, a lot of the slips that happened on our rural network were associated with channel drainage and drainage down steep slopes. So not specifically catch pits, for example, or blocked culverts, but more associated with the drainage network in that rural space and water pouring down slopes.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Question 3, just 2 more, Mr. Chair. Traffic, when you talked about your maintenance contracts, you know, in September 22, Ventia was awarded a $220 million contract for 5 years with a right to renewal for another 5 years. Is it historical, that stuff you gave us about the contracts going out to tender and being renegotiated?
What I was referring to is exactly what you just mentioned, which was the last 2 years we have retendered competitively all of our contracts, and we haven't directly negotiated or offered any. So Ventia would have won one of those in whenever you said 2022, yeah.
And does Auckland Transport have its own staff going around measuring outcomes?
We have our own staff going around doing quality monitoring and quality assessments, not necessarily on every single piece of work because that would be significant duplication, but yes, we have a regime to go out there and monitor.
Okay, thank you. And the last one, just a comment if I could, Mr. Chair, if you go back to slide 10, you'll see that our drain is pictured with rocks and an eel going up it, and I think that's part of our problem why we have flooding. Our drains are not biodiversity areas, they are for stopping flooding in our urban areas. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Turner. Councillor Fletcher?
My goodness, what a comprehensive report to us, and there are so many issues that I want to deep dive into, but I'm aware there'll be a lot of questions. My question specifically relates to the work that's going on around grade separation in the CRL, but before I pose that question, may I congratulate you, as was done earlier, on the superb way you enhanced our reputation with the management around Eden Park and the games that were held. It was fantastic. I also want to acknowledge the chair because I know he interrogated you pretty heavily to make sure that that was all going to be managed in a seamless way. But if you please acknowledge to those specific staff members just our gratitude for the way in which everything happened effortlessly. So we've got CRL coming up, and we know that CRL Limited is only really looking at the tunnels and the construction of the CRL itself. It's not looking at the functionality and what is going to be required to optimise operation going forward. I want to know the specific work that you're doing, the numbers of grade separations that are going to be required in the short term, and what the costs associated with those are going to be, because I think that is going to be quite a formidable challenge to our council, and it's also an area that I know that the Mayor is very keen to advance with central government.
Thank you, Councillor. I can briefly respond to that. I think we've had a request to present at the next TIC on the actual level crossing programme, so we can provide all the detail there. But in summary, so we've also been working on a draft day one timetable, rail timetable for CRL opening. That does create some safety issues across the network with regards to level crossings. In particular, the amount of time the barrier arms could be down. So we've just literally completed an updated safety impact assessment across the whole network for every single individual crossing to confirm the work that had previously been done, and that has been submitted to the rail regulator for review. We're expecting a response from them within 6 weeks, which will confirm our expectations around what day one is required. At the moment, we have a programme of work for day one, which is what we call the group one of level crossings, if you like. There's 6 pedestrian level crossings there which we believe need to be grade separated or closed for safety reasons, and those are the ones that are currently out for consultation in the community around, in particular, the alternative walking routes for those pedestrian crossings and whether they're acceptable for the community, and whether we need to do some safety upgrade works for those alternative pedestrian routes to improve the amenity. There is one road crossing which we believe needs to be closed as well for day one. So 6 pedestrian, 1 road crossing. Then we're into the rest of the 54 level crossings across the network, which there is a very high level programme at this point. We don't believe any of those absolutely require day one closure. But again, that safety impact assessment is currently being reviewed by the regulator to confirm that. But our view is that those 48 odd crossings that are not to be grade separated or closed for level one, for day one will need to be closed at some point over the next 20 years or so. And as train frequencies increase further, as we meet the expectations in the CRL business plan, and to achieve the benefits for increased train frequencies. But again, we can go into the high-level timing around those 48 or so crossings over the next 10 to 20 years and our expectations around that and how it's linked to train frequencies.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure that it will be helpful to have a much more in-depth presentation. But for the moment, where there's a lot of work as we move our way forward, can you give us any indication of what you might have advanced forward in terms of the Mayor's integrated transport plan? Any indications of costs prior to what we're going to see with elections coming up?
In terms of the day one closures, which is the 6 pedestrians plus 1 road, and there's some other works to, for example, just complete, and we're nearly there, the pedestrian crossing gates, automatic gates across the network. So there's a number of other minor initiatives that we're progressing as well. Please don't quote me on this, but I think over the next 2 years, there's something like 70 million in the budget to complete that day one work. And that's obviously being prioritised as CRL day one requirements. Beyond that, like I say, we're still really working through the 5 to 20 year view of what needs to be done and in what order. But if you look at Melbourne, who've had a similar or ongoing doing a similar piece of work, we are in the $1 to $2 to $3 billion in terms of if you had to grade separate every single crossing.
Thank you for that. Can you also explain what you will be doing by way of communication with those affected communities, even in the short term? Because I think there is not a high level of awareness of this work that will need to be undertaken.
Yes, as I've said, for the day one crossings, which will need to be grade separated or closed in the next 2 years, we are undertaking specific local engagement with those communities now. But we will, as we finalise with the rail regulator the longer term view over the next 2 to 3 months, we will need to undertake a broader communication campaign, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
Councillor Newman.
Previous Mayor signed up to a 22-23 statement of intent that included what I thought was a pretty ruinous decision. The measure for the sealed local road network was dropped to only 5.5%, way too low. By that modest measure, I thought we could hit that. We're not even close. We hit 4.6%. The gap was 64 kilometres just in terms of that very, very inadequate target. Now we're talking about going, I mean, I guess what I want to know first and foremost is how much further behind are we falling the presentation of your information about the local sealed road network, and what is the cost of that going to be? Because this problem appears to be getting far worse, not better. And then I've got a number of other questions on that.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. I don't think either Mark or I have the specific numbers on that. We'll take that question away, and feel free, if we've got detailed questions like that in general terms, to email them through to us so we can come prepared. In general terms, and I talked about this specifically at the last committee, we are seeing through an enduring underinvestment in our transport networks, in particular our road networks. We're seeing condition ratings go down, we're seeing complaints go up, the investment's gone down. So all our metrics are going in the wrong direction, which is why this discussion around reallocating capital for maintenance and renewal is so important. So welcome the focus, and we'll give you the answers more specifically on local roads.
Why would I be asked to find you the $50 million for your shortfall for new capex on a cycling program when I'm seeing targets like that? 5.5% not met, you're only about 86% of that very modest target. That to me is what the community sees ahead of new capex that you're talking about. I want to understand why I'm being asked for new funding in that space when it's demonstrably clear that you're not hitting the targets based on that current core asset for which is not being renewed.
So I think there's a couple of things here, and it's fair comment or fair challenge. We get the equal and opposite challenge from other members around this table around why aren't we completing those cycling and walking networks. And my challenge back to you, and we've had this discussion before, is that you essentially make the funding prioritisation decisions, and at this stage we're giving you advice and we're giving other councillors advice on allocation of that funding and where the gaps are. It feels like we're trying to move a limited amount of capital around an ever-increasing set of demands. And we've been very plain about that, but you can't have maintenance on your road networks complete a whole range of small to medium-sized projects and expect us to do that with no funding in the middle. And so I'm pushing back not on you, councillor, but on the principle. We will always, of trying to do everything and not address the core funding issue. And that's not just council, that's government as well. So, look, it's a difficult challenge, and it's one that we're putting to you. It's a funding question. Then we will look at allocating and prioritising. Sorry, Mark, you got something you want to add?
Yeah, if I could just respond specifically to your challenge around the road renewal and maintenance performance. So as you say, it was the SOI target was set, which was lower than what we need to maintain the network. So I think we've communicated a number of times to say, in terms of road resurfacing, we need to be doing 8 to 10% of the network each year to keep on top of it. So when we set an SOI target through funding of 5%, that's obviously not enough, and we're going to be building up, and we are building up a backlog. And to answer your question, it's probably looking like $1 billion over the next 10 years. We also then, given the different challenges that Dean's talked about around the capital funding constraints, we were asked to reduce the budget. So we reduced the budget in renewals, and however, through internal management, we've over-programmed to try and get to that 5% SOI target. Obviously, our road contractors and our own staff were significantly distracted during January and March in responding to the significant weather events, and we had to focus time and effort on that. That probably reduced our productivity over the year by 2 to 3 months, and that, along with the ongoing poor weather earlier in the year, is, other than funding, is the reason we haven't been able to achieve it. We've put in a higher target this year. We have ramped up the industry with more gangs around the network to try and achieve that, and we're confident we can achieve the higher performance this year.
One final question, Dean. I accept that there is a political divergence, and we'll try and sort that out. But from your best judgment, is the first thing that we need to be doing is actually being stewards of our existing core assets first and maintaining them to a standard that is safe, as well as not causing a blowout in our future costs by not achieving the sort of targets, albeit very modest ones, which of course then bakes in a future liability.
I'd like to answer that in a couple of parts. First of all, the board's been very clear that we need to reprioritise investment in maintenance and renewals, and we agree with that. Secondly, we have a desire to continue a transport network and have a viable operating transport system. And so the board and myself and the team have been very clear that whilst we might reallocate funding to maintenance renewals, and that is a priority, we also have priorities around completing our network so people can move around Auckland. And so somehow we have to address both questions. How we prioritise, but also funding the system properly so we can deliver the outcomes. If we look at, sorry, I'll leave it there. It's a complex and very important issue.
Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, congratulations on getting the bus drivers back. I think that's made a huge difference to public transport. And again, I want to join with others in thanking you for the transport work you've done around FIFA. It's been outstanding, getting to and from Eden Park. My question to you is, which of the funding shortfall projects have you put in writing to the community and promised to deliver this year?
Can we come back and confirm, because
I can tell you which one of them anyway.
Well, one of them, yes.
Okay, so I'm going, for my benefit of my colleagues, I'm talking about the southern connection to the GI to Tamaki, because Auckland Transport wrote to myself and the local board in March promising that this project would be delivered in conjunction with the closing of the Eastern Line. It's a project that has to go across the railway line, through the railway line. Eastern Line is closed, so in March they wrote and said the project was going to be delivered to coincide with the closing of that line. Second to that, there was a large community meeting. This is one of these cycling projects that's 100% supported. No one doesn't want it to happen. And the local board checked in with Auckland Transport to check that the delivery of this project would happen while the Eastern Line was closed, which it is now, so that what they verbally said at this public meeting would be correct. And Auckland Transport's response was yes, it would be constructed August, September. So my question to you is, what do you think the reputational risk is of putting things like that in writing, allowing your information to go to members of the local board that talk to the community, and then turning around today and saying potentially those projects are 2 years away? What's the reputational risk factor for you?
Of course it's a reputational risk, but and I acknowledge that, and we've had a number of discussions, and you have with the team around this. Between that, those commitments, which we always want to live up to, and I reassure Aucklanders that that is the case, we've also had some significant changes in our funding. And we've absorbed $125 to $150 million worth of stormwater repair work is associated with the flooding. So our world has changed, and unfortunately we've had to go back and review how we allocate the funding. And it's not easy, and none of us want to go there, okay? So I recognise the risk. I'm disappointed that we are there. We are sorry for it, but we also need to manage some very, very real pressures, and we've just had one on maintenance renewals across the network.
So what will be the additional funding that will be required to complete this project if you have to stop the rail network? I mean, the whole purpose of doing this at the time when the network was down was to make it cost effective, but the risk to transport in Auckland, stopping the Eastern Line to do a project because you're not doing it when it was closed, which was what it's intent to do, what's that cost?
If we don't do it during the current closure, then we will be doing it through other planned closures that QRL will be doing. So, for example, over the Christmas block of lines, we will have to look at a different methodology to do the underpass, which is exactly what we did at Parnell Station, which was through a Christmas block of line. I can't give you a definitive answer compared to the 21 million that we had in the budget to do it now versus doing it over a longer period, but in a staged approach. But we are looking at that design option now, and I can come back to you on a difference in price.
Yeah, respectfully, I think you've made a mistake on this one.
Councillor Darby.
Yeah, hats off to you, Dean and Wayne, board driving management to resolve the bus driver issue. Dean, when you came in, you said to me, we should have that solved by August, September, Chris. And I just suppressed my next question, but you hit it. Good on you. I also want to acknowledge the work you've done with the former Minister of Transport, Michael Wood, who was, he worked on that with us in many ways, with his immigration hat on as well, and funding, of course. So it was a collaborative effort, but that is an enormous achievement. Councillor Hills and I won't be in your inbox as much as we were, but we'll probably be there on ferries, Stacey. But look, thank you. Hey, look, Wayne, I've probably got one for you, and it's related to the topic we're discussing about, crossings, rail crossings, and our program there. And if I think about a project like the CRL, there's expectation of that big project that it's going to be delivered with all its parts in place. And that all its parts in place contribute to the BCR, the benefits that were identified in the business case. And there appears to be a risk that we may get to handover and then people riding the network, and those benefits possibly won't be achieved unless we cough up with the funding from wherever. So I guess, Wayne, can you just give us a sense of how big some of these issues are of the funding not being there to cement, to lock in all the benefits that the business cases assumed would be there? And it's maybe not just CRL, but it's maybe
We've got a question
number
coming,
of other
Councillor Darby.
projects. And does it extend to Waka Kotahi projects as well?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Darby. It's a subject that's under constant watch by the Auckland Transport Board. I suppose personally I start from the perspective that I've worked in transport a long time, and every time there's been an improvement in rail, the patronage has exceeded expectations every time. So I suppose first concern, first up, is that we're underestimating what could happen and what the uptake would be. The risks that we are currently seeing is that KiwiRail may be unable to complete the current renewal rebuild program in time for CRL because it's costing more and there are funding issues. There is a risk that KiwiRail are not going to be funded to do the business as usual renewal of the network that's set up post CRL. There is a risk that we might not be able to run the metro timetables that we could because freight's going to conflict with metro, and that means more extra lines and things like that. And around those things, I think you're soon going to see some work we're doing for KiwiRail or with KiwiRail on a long-term business case of what actually needs to happen to the Auckland rail network to meet the demand that we believe will come from CRL. In fact, it's disappointing that there's a lot of talk about harbour crossings and light rails and things, and there's actually a mega project sitting there that no one's talking about, which is called the heavy rail system. Where do I go from there? Level crossings, Mark's described to you. We'll get over the line on, I think, through the safety cases, the rest of it. My real concern is that any grade-separated crossings involving traffic are expensive to do. They take a long time to plan, they take a long time to consent and go through the process, and we might well find ourselves behind the 8 ball of holding up growth and patronage on the Auckland rail system because they are not coming forward fast enough. I mean, I could go on for ages on this subject, but that gives you a thumbnail sketch of what keeps me awake.
It might just be useful if we have a quick update from the director here with respect to the number of questions that are coming through, because this is going to be addressed at the next meeting. Barry, would you just quickly say a few words on that?
Thank you, Chair. And
Next month's agenda for this committee includes on an update from CRLL, and we will have Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail here to address these questions. And as Mark said, Auckland Transport specifically are preparing a presentation update paper on the forward program associated with CRL over what's required on day one, out to year 5, and then way out into the future. So some of these questions, if we could hold
Yeah,
there.
I'll be happy to pick it up there then. Just 2 quick ones then. On the parking tariff, the base parking tariff, what year or possibly decade was that last increased, the base parking tariff? And the second question for you, Stacey, last time we had you here, I was talking about that non-reporting rate that hospitals get. Is that something, and I think the ratio was like 6 or 8 to 1 or something like that. Is that something that is going to be shown in future safety data? Because the multiple is quite extreme.
I'll go first. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, you will. So we have recently started some work to actually bring in different data sets. So the ACC data, the Ministry of Health data, and looking to see how we can also support that with St John's data, so that we actually get the wholesome sort of picture of that. Can we use the multipliers in terms of determining other things? Yes. The key point I do stress about the safety data, and that's something that does need to be understood better, is that it is lag data. It is things that have happened. These are things that have happened, and you're not actually quantifying in terms of the safety issues or potentials in terms of what I would call people not doing stuff because it's unsafe. Yeah. So it is very much a lag measure, and yes, there is substantial underreporting. Bringing in those will give us a bit more of a realistic, I guess, understanding, and hopefully we can get regionality and locality on that. And if anything, it will help have better conversations on how we tackle the problem. Thank you.
Right, we have another big tranche of councillors coming here. Start off with Councillor Fully, Henderson, Dalton, Ferry, Amir Brown, Councillor Walker and Councillor Hills. Councillor Fully.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dean and the team, for all of the work that you've been doing, most recently with the bus issues, but also, of course, with FIFA, as others have acknowledged. My first question is around the maintenance contracts, and thank you for your kōrero around that. What I didn't hear, though, was anything around the social procurement targets. Are those still there? Is that still part of our contracts in general, or not? And if they are, what sort of targets or social procurement targets were required of those companies or groups that were then granted those contracts? I'm just mindful that those targets were ways that we can help to ensure that as many jobs as possible are given to locals, to Māori, to Pacific, to youth, to women, etc. Kia ora. And then I have one other question, Chair.
Thank you. I can address those through the sustainability KPIs that were set in those maintenance contracts. There were 2 areas that we're looking at. One is looking at diversity of ownership of the businesses. Are we working with Māori and Pacifica businesses in terms of ownership? And then how are we encouraging our contractors to employ and train, in particular Māori and Pacifica staff, and bring them on board? So there are specific targets set around those in each of those maintenance contracts, and they're being tracked. I can bring you further data on that if you're interested.
Yes, please. I would be really interested in that. Kia ora. Thank you. My second question is around the slide 10, the environmental scorecard, and it's good to see that. Just a question around the cover, tree cover. We've got the Urban Ngahere program that's been going on and happening across all of our local boards for some years, and I'm mindful that my ward, the 2 local boards have the lowest tree cover, and I think Manurewa is not far behind that. So in terms of the target that you've set there for ourselves, where, in terms of that equity lens, could you explain a little bit further about how that extra planting is being planned with that lens being applied to it?
Absolutely. So the target we've set in Hekina Te Wero, the Environment Action Plan for AT, is strongly aligned with the Urban Ngāhere strategy that Council has. The Urban Ngāhere strategy is a longer term strategy. Ours runs for 10 years, and so we've chosen an interim target. We've taken ours to focus primarily on the road corridor. So the 12% is for canopy cover within the street or road network, whereas Urban Ngāhere strategy from Council covers the local board area more generally, including parks and reserves areas. And it is well acknowledged that South Auckland has a very low canopy cover, averaging particularly around 8%. And I'm working with the Parks Department and Community Facilities within Council now to identify ecological corridors and using the climate targeted rate for deliberately increasing the planting in those areas.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Councillor Fully. I appreciate the way you framed your questions there. That's very helpful. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. I've got 4 questions, but I'll try and be as quick as I can. Thanks, Chair. Just quickly on road maintenance contracts, this is kind of a minor question, but we have southern rural and northern rural. West Auckland is actually mostly rural in terms of land mass. It's something like 60% or something like that. Why was the decision made to make West one region when they actually have very different needs relative to rural and urban areas?
I think that I need to come back to you on the detail, but I think that West contract is mostly focused on the rural area, and a lot of the central falls, the urban part falls into the central contract, but I need to come back to you.
Interesting, thank you. So some of these shortfall cycling projects, I'm going to jump around a little bit here. They're actually urban renewal projects as well as transport projects. So in what way are you coordinating with Tūnuku's regeneration program to actually deliver things together as part of a joint unit?
Where Tūnuku has urban regeneration initiative, of course we align with them as we do with Kaingaora. So, and a very real work in progress would be Eastern Busway as an example, where we bring cycling outcomes, urban regeneration and transport outcomes together into the one program, and Tūnuku is a very live part of that. So, the only other comment I want to make is that I see this as a very strong and very important way forward. Transport's an enabler for other outcomes, of which Tūnuku is a very important part.
Thank you. 2 more, thanks, Chair. We're talking about finances and the like, and it being a real handbrake on what we can do, so to speak. In what ways are Auckland Transport identifying value for money opportunities and efficiencies within the organisation?
It's significant and ongoing, and we just delivered circa $35 million worth of savings for this budget, and that required us to sadly allow 142 people to leave Auckland Transport. That's at the operating cost end. We are examining, not quite line by line, but we're examining value for money and opportunities for greater efficiency through our entire capital procurement program. And I know that Mark Lang came to you and said if we could get air cover for $50 million more worth of investment this year and $100 million the next year, everything we're doing is lining up to see if we can, through value for money in our capital program, reduce that. So that we don't come and say, oh, actually, we've spent 50 million more. We want to say, actually, whilst we needed the air cover for 50 million more, we found value for money through our capital procurement program and we delivered it for less, so therefore the overspend is 5 or 10 million. So everything we do is driving at this and we'll increasingly focus on that. It's a very important question.
Thank you. Last question, I think maybe the most important. DSI data, look, it continues to worsen. We have more and more people not coming home from work or coming home to see their families month on month. What is the plan? We've talked about the problem, but we haven't talked about a plan to turn it around. What is the plan to turn this around? And looking at things like targets and lowering them or raising them, you know, what's the plan to stop people dying on our roads?
Thank you, councillor. Look, we have a robust plan, yeah, a very, very robust plan. There does require what I was suggesting before, some real tough decisions to be made in order to make that plan happen. And I think that's the key thing. So obviously we have Kataoka Ora out for consultation at the moment. That's one lever. But we also have the fines and penalties review. So obviously, just like our parking, our road fines for speeding, etc., are substantially tiny in comparison to others. They haven't been reviewed for many, many years. There's also the drug testing, increased enforcement. We've got point-to-point cameras, which is just going through the legislation. A huge, what I'd call, determinant in terms of modifying behaviour on our roads. So it's not just one thing, there's many other things, and it's also leveraging what we can do with other partners. We're just one part of it. We work very closely with NZ Police, ACC, MOH. There's many in terms of the team trying to solve this problem, but there are some really meaty decisions out there that need to get across the line.
Councillor Henderson, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your performance measures and your patronage and reliability. It's easy for everyone to forget the long haul back from COVID impacts, right? I agree with your request for air cover too, but I'll talk about that later. 3 questions. How much of the DSI budget had to be cut? That must have been a heartbreaking decision for you, Stacey.
What we did was we sort of re-baselined it, so we had it going a lot faster in terms of that 2050 where we wanted to achieve. So yeah, it was, but the target that we actually had this year, in fairness, was already above or below where we were in terms of at the start time. So it was unrealistic from the get-go, and I think that's the thing. It's an aspirational target. It needed to be re-baselined, because if you're asking people to continually focus on something and the goals, you know, way up here where they can't achieve it, and you don't have the investment coming in, all the decisions, if everything was timetabled as planned in terms of getting some of those things across the line, I think we could get there.
So to clarify, it's about funding and investment, which every question that's been asked of you, why, it's because we're not funding, right? So the funding is the primary issue around DSI. My second question is around cycling projects. They have the smallest budget out of the whole Auckland Transport budget. Is there an emission assessment done around the projects that you do decide to cut? So we know we've got to reach some targets. We cut these cycling projects to do renewals on roads. Is there an emission assessment done on the outcome that's going to get us closer to our emission targets?
By project, look, so emissions reduction is a core part of how we think about every investment. That's the first point. Second point is, if I look across the capital program, it is dominated by public transport investment, supporting CRL, supporting Eastern Busway, completing network investments on a range of northwestern busways and northern busway and Penlink. Okay, so everything we're doing is looking to build out the public transport network, and that is the biggest lever we have in terms of reducing both vehicle kilometres travelled and emissions. Of course, these investments are part of that, no question, and so they're very important, but we literally can't do everything. And so can I come to you, or Mark, can we come to you with a specific emissions assessment on them? Probably not at the individual project level, but can I reassure you everything we're doing is delivering public transport outcomes, looking at VKT and emissions reduction, along with safety.
Thank you for that. Mark, this one might be for you. You know the Qatar cycling projects, that there was a list there of the projects and the revenue that's been allocated to them. We talked about how it gets harder the more years in we get. My question is, one of the projects up there is for Rawa. That local board has rejected that cycling project. Does that money go to the next board on the list? maybe you could come back to me on that. I just, does it can it be absorbed into helping, or does it go to the next local board on the list for recycling? Who wants it? A lot who would like it.
Well, first of all, I think we're getting to the point on some of these projects where we're not going to keep pushing a project the local board doesn't want. That's the direction we've had from this committee. So at some point, we might have to walk away from that project. How you reallocate your funding, I probably need to ask Mark or council as to what the rules are around that, to be honest.
Yeah. Can I just add to it? Look, this is a very important issue that we've been debating internally, Councillor Dalton. And there is the Local Board Capital Transport Fund, which is one component of it, where there is direct control by the local board with matching funding as required. And then there are other investments in local board areas, and the model shift that we're talking through, and it's worth sharing this because I've certainly talked about with local board chairs, is we will be looking through local board transport plans, which we'll do in partnership with each of the local boards, to look at what the investment opportunities are in those areas for transport outcomes. Could be where a bus service goes, could be a capital project, place-making elements to it. If we've got a program funding base and a local board or a community isn't ready for that investment because the consensus isn't there, we will reallocate that, and it might be to do with safety improvements or it could be a cycling improvement project. We will look to reallocate that funding where there is ready acceptance across the community, because there are really important things to be done, and we will wait for communities to be ready as opposed to force things on communities, which has been part of the methodology of the past, okay? So it is coming, but it needs to be thought through and nuanced.
Reserve my right to speak, please.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, thanks, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Ferry and then Mayor Brown.
Kia ora, thank you. Two bouquets to start with. This report, great to have it back on the published agenda and available, very thorough and timely. Thank you for that. And also just to point out the really good information we've had from Richard Harrison and previously from Stephen Rainbow about the public transport figures, and love to see that continue. It's been really useful to get a picture of how we're doing, not just with the drivers, but also more broadly. So I've got a few questions. I'm probably just going to truncate them and send a few by email, but just first in relation to some of the work around landslides and that kind of stuff, the flooding work impact. You mentioned in there that on page 6 that we'd spent 125 to 150 million on flooding work. I think it's in there. Yes, second bullet point. So did we not get any support from central government for any of that from Waka Kotahi?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So that's the number that's in our budget for this year. So what was approved in the council budget was, well, the one that was approved in June was 150. At the moment, and this is the CapEx piece, we're still working through exactly what the far as we get on that. On the OPEX piece, we were getting 91%. This one gets slightly confusing. To the extent it's above our normal baseline, I think it's 10% above our normal baseline, it kicks in at a higher far. So we will get in round numbers, about 60% of that, or 65%, should be funded by central government. The caveat on that is that's in theory what we would get according to the funding rules, but Waka Kotahi is still not sure if they've got enough, they've been actually physically handed enough money out of the pot from central government to actually cover all the work that they need to do nationally, because there's obviously bids on that money coming from all the regions, particularly the Hawke's Bay. So in theory, 60% of it's funded by central government, if the pot is big enough.
Okay, when will we have an idea on that? Is that part of the negotiations that are underway with central government, or is this a separate process?
I think that's, so the GPS I think might be coming out today. It might be covered in that, it might not.
Okay, cool.
But again, I think it sits in a pot that's outside of the classic GPS funding pots. Whether it's mentioned or not today, I'm not sure. But I guess the other key thing just to note in that area is a lot of the numbers around flood response nationally are still a bit of a thumbsuck.
Yeah.
I mean, in the Hawke's Bay, they're literally going, we think it could be $1 billion or $2 billion, and so that's part of the challenge people are working through. But we'd like to think that we get 60% with this. It's more that in the following years, unless more money's tipped in, we could run out of central government funding contribution, which would be a further conversation.
Yeah, okay. I think that has, that's important context given the third bullet point there and the implications on other projects. So when we talk about the committed projects, and acknowledging we did ask you for more information about cycling projects, so I know that's why we've got more information about that today. But putting it up in this context does make it look a little bit like everything, you know, cycling is here in lights, and here's a list of the projects, but you haven't given us any information about the other ones. So it would be helpful to understand more what the spending is on other modes. So for example, on page, where am I? Page 7, which I think is 2 pages on, one page on. You've got that, you've got committed projects on critical path, asset management. I imagine there's a lot of different modes being served in there, but then we have got a line that's cycling and corridor improvement. It gives the impression, so I'd appreciate a bit more nuance with that in the future.
Certainly. 2 comments. One is we have actually, I think, shared the detail previously, but it gets very detailed very quickly. We were going to suggest, and more than happy to take councillors through a workshop on what the capital program is, so you can see what is being proposed. So that might be helpful. And the third comment was my suggestion to Mark that we crunch this down. Otherwise, we put so much information it's hard to conceive of it all, and we just went for consolidated lines. Yeah. But all the information is available. It's all been prioritised, and that's what we're working to. And today we just wanted to out the challenge around those small projects and programs of which cycling is a part.
Yeah, and look, I really appreciate that, because I mean, even if it's just a pie chart that shows us, you know, the percentage of spend on cycling and bus and stuff, and acknowledging that when we're spending money on a road surface, sometimes it's something that's actually going to touch multiple modes. So it's not simple, but I think it would be important context to give with these kinds of numbers in the future. And you know, we've had conversations in the past about the fact that often roading projects larger projects are committed further out, and so when we are looking to cut projects, it is the smaller projects that are always at risk because they are tendered later, they are contracted later, and that's a problem you'll be familiar with from your time as Chief Operating Officer too. So one other question that I'll ask now, just on the ferries. So this change that's coming, are we talking with ports about the cruise ship aspect as well, and the impact on timetables? Because I'm aware that they didn't necessarily have the best relationship with Fuller's around some of that communication. So obviously if there's going to be a new player, we need to make sure that there's no surprises there, given most of those cruise ship slots are booked a very long time out. They shouldn't be used as an excuse for service disruption, which has unfortunately happened a bit with Fuller's. So is that conversation happening? I'll put the rest in email. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, absolutely. There was quite a bit of work done earlier this year too, with a safety type learning review with the sector around the cruise ships, you know, to make sure that things worked out obviously a lot better in terms of the interactions between scheduled services versus cruise ships coming in. So yes, a lot of work's been done, and yes, it needs to be ongoing too. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Thank you. Good report generally. I want to talk first of all about the cycling program funding shortfall. There's $141 million there. You list a whole lot of projects. There's no length on them, so I don't know the cost per metre of these things, because what you usually do in businesses where you're shortfall of something or other, you go back and look and say, can we do it cheaper? And there's been a lot of discussion about the range of cost per metre of these things. Last week we were out in Drury with one of your board members, who pointed out a very nice and well-used cycleway which just had a metal surface, which is a hell of a lot cheaper than what we'd... So are we doing there is no information on reducing the costs and the specs, but are we doing anything about reducing the costs and specs? Can we do more for less?
Yes, we can, and
I know you can. I've had a look at some of them. Yeah.
yes, we can, and yes, we are, and we've committed to, on the balance of our cycling program as we go forward, is thinking about how we address the cycling network, but not on main arterials, which is where most of our cost ends up combining with multiple other things. So it's both the cost to deliver the cycleway, but also where we put it that drives that, and so we are committed to reviewing that.
Okay, well, I'd like to see when the next time comes out what the cost per metre on the projects are, and what the impact of specification is on it, because I've looked closely at them. The other two bits that I'd like to ask to see if I could have a regular thing, or not just cost per metre, or cost per rider would be good too, because the whole point of the cycle network is to reduce improvement, but also have an impact on greenhouse gases. But we all know that the best greenhouse gas impact is to shove more people on buses, and you are doing that, so that's good. I'd like to know on the next time report, could you please report on progress on the dynamic lane project? It's not there. And progress on the TTM cost reduction and interference reduction. Those are two things which are high on my annoyance list. So please can those be added? I look forward to those. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's me over.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick councillors, just to finish off. Hopefully, I think we've got Councillor Walker online, then Councillor Hills and Councillor Bartley, who was good enough to forward her questions beforehand. So hopefully they'll be answered straight away. Councillor Walker, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I've got a question to Auckland Transport around their communications and also the related issue around commitment and the related issue that goes to customisation. And the particular concern I've got is around the Gulf Harbour ferry, where it is clear from what we've just been told that that run is going to be impacted in the short term. My question is around what customised approach Auckland Transport is going to take, because in that particular instance, people have made investment decisions, they've made decisions impacting on their life that go to their choice of a particular form of public transport, in this case, the Gulf Harbour ferry. So in a situation where you've indicated that the situation is going to turn around once you've got the crew staff and the like, in respect of communications, will you be giving a commitment to that community so that they can plan in the medium term over and above this short-term response? And by plan, I mean have the assurance that the run will be built back better or as good once you've resolved these short-term issues. So my question goes to communication, goes to commitment, confidence, and a customised approach for that area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's the 4 Cs, in case you didn't pick that up.
Correct, 4 Cs.
Kia ora, and thank you for your question. Yes, we are putting together a robust communications program, and it will have targeted solutions for impacted communities. Absolutely acknowledge it's far from ideal in terms of what we need to do. We obviously hope, and it's the intention to obviously improve in terms of the reliability of the services that will be running, because right now what you're seeing, particularly at Gulf Harbour, is that there is a lot of short-term cancellations last minute. That provides a lot of disruption to customers. And so getting that continuity in terms of what will be running is going to be important for the community. We're also sort of working on what other things we can do internally until the ferry services gets back up to full specification. Absolutely, the key point here is it will get back up to full specification, but we need to do this in an accelerated way. Otherwise, we'll be continually seeing these reliability issues for years and years and years without targeted intervention. So it's similar to what we did for bus, it just takes more time, and that's due to the training requirements, but absolutely the intention is to get it back up to proper service reliability as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Just to encapsulate that, Mr. Chair, so in short, was that a yes?
I heard yes, that there was, the communities that are affected are going to be targeted in the communications, and there is going to be the expectation that the services that are on are going to be a lot more reliable than what they've got, which wouldn't be hard in a number of instances. That's it, Stacey, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Hills and Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. I have three questions. First for Stacey, and to clarify it, I was only briefed last night on the changes to Birkenhead Northcote Bayswater, obviously extremely disappointing. But just a question on, Stacey, I asked around, I felt that I understood that you're aiming to have them continue if we can get someone, a new operator, but it does say in the memo that went to local boards that the services will be suspended until further notice. It does seem, could that have been clarified, that are they going to continue until 1st of October, or are they suspended? Okay, right. So from 1st of October, if we manage to get a new operator, because Fuller's is not renewing their contracts, will that kick off as soon as possible?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the intention is to commence with a new provider as it Fuller's departs those particular routes. So obviously it's a really, really constrained period of time. In terms of how we're communicating is really important. We don't want to overpromise and underdeliver to these communities. So we should have a really, really good indication by later next week what we can do and what level of timetable that will be. In the background, we're not just relying on that, we're also looking at what other supplementary services we will need to put in place in the absence of a proper ferry service there. And we're doing that for the likes of Gulf Harbour and Half Moon Bay and those connections too, where we do have that period of the day and the weekends where there's not ferries running. So there is a comprehensive plan. The key thing is we didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver about what we could do, but we wanted to provide really early awareness, take into consideration it was the 1st of August we found out that those services were being removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. And just on the buses, so the 801, 802, and maybe potentially bolstering the 97s, is there a possibility of doing even one or two extra at peak to maybe cover, if those are removed at peak? I believe there will be an issue if those people hopefully transfer to a connecting bus.
Thank you. Yes, we'll be looking at supplementing those. So I guess anything's likely in terms of that, and so they're making sure there's enough resilience in the transport plan, regardless of what mode we end up with. Thank you.
And I'll go to safety after this, but just to clarify, and it's probably for Gulf Harbour too, could I please have your categorical promise, because there's a lot of rumours out there, that your aim with skippers and funding, but your aim is to get back to the pre-COVID frequency, at least at peak, of those services. There is no plan to stop them. There's an assumption that we're making it bad, so the numbers look bad, and then we pull them. So I guess for the public, could you please just say that it's only due to the 12 skippers down? If we had those skippers, we'd have those peak services.
That is correct. There is no intention to withhold services to Gulf Harbour or any of these ferry services. Our intention is to get the proper service allocation back to where it needs to be.
Thank you. On safety, I see that cycling has had a 50% increase in DSI and pedestrians is a 20%. Pretty year on year, obviously over time that probably fluctuates, but it's pretty serious. Are you looking to target those specific areas? I mean, cycling, I think, is about 15, you're 15 times more likely to be killed on a bike than in a vehicle when a crash happens, but you could comment on that, please?
The short answer is yes, absolutely. And I mean, it's about understanding where these things are occurring more too. There has been, and we did see this period, it wasn't last month, the month before, where we did have what I call a huge spike in terms of some of these stats coming through, particularly with pedestrians and cyclists, which is always really concerning. And so yes, we're doing what we can, albeit it is a huge problem, and limited levers. One of those key things, and I do stress this, is about community acceptance of change, and that requires, you know, everybody to be on board with it. These things such as Tūāhanga ora in terms of safe speeds around schools, these are hard things to solve, and community acceptance is a really big thing about us actually making a fundamental difference here.
Cool. On the safety projects, and I did ask this question a couple meetings ago, and it was confirmed that even if local boards opposed safety projects, it was the board's responsibility to still put those in. I'm seeing instances where that's not the case, that opposition business associations or local boards opposing things, you then pull them out. Who's responsible for those deaths? I think of Levi James again. The judge said that actually the community, the highest submission rate on that Royal Oak roundabout was to add cycle safety, and Auckland Transport decided not to, and then someone died there. So what do we do when there is opposition and we pull out of safety projects based on evidence? Because I'm worried, I'm still unsure where the responsibility sits if we have evidence we need to put in safety projects.
I think that's a tricky question to answer. And in terms of that, and this is, look, in fairness, this is why we took the approach with Tūāhanga ora and working with local boards in terms of that, you know, to be able to support some of these changes. We have a responsibility, of course, to be able to build a safe and reliable network. In terms of that, obviously there's limitations in terms of what we can do when it comes to the likes of funding, and also the substantial pushback sometimes we do get when it comes to doing some of these safety interventions across the network. That is very real, you've all seen it. And in terms of that, so when it comes to local board support for doing certain things, we do need that in order to be able to get the community on board.
And final question, thank you, Chair. On the cycling projects, I guess, does anyone, maybe Dean, have a comment? I feel like when we had the budget, those projects weren't being rolled out. They were behind, they were delayed, or they were cancelled. We weren't meeting the kilometres promised, and now we don't have the budget. The excuse is now budget, but I feel like we are way behind. 2018, AT approved a fantastic plan for cycling. It is our tiniest budget, under 4%, and we weren't rolling them out when we had the budget, and now we aren't rolling them out.
Can I just try? I know we immediately figured about COVID, but if you remember, we had a whole cycling program set up, and then COVID came along, and our budgets got absolutely slashed by sort of $300 million a year. So a whole pile of things were put on ice, and I think I remember saying at the time to councillors, for those that were here, that, you know, the amount of impact that happened to our program during COVID, it put us behind at least 2 years. So we were literally tearing up contracts, renegotiating it. You know, you're downing tools on things, and then you've got to start right again from scratch. You know, so we shouldn't forget and underestimate the impact that they had on the program. So we're back at a point now. We've got a lot of stuff in the rebuilding that pipeline, because it was the pipeline that got killed off. Rebuilding the pipeline, and as we get things construction ready, there's just a risk that we overshoot in terms of what we spend.
Okay, thanks, Mark. It's a good explanation. Final question from Councillor Bartley, who did forward a number of questions. Do you want to repeat them, Councillor Bartley, or have you got them, Dean or Mark Lambert?
I just see the chair's got his hand up to say something.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want me to go?
We received your questions, Councillor Bartley, but perhaps just after this I can just go through some of them and understand exactly the question behind it and the detail that you're looking for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to just raise some of them because I don't think I've heard answers to some of the other questions. I thought sending my questions in would mean that I would be first, but I've ended up being last. No. Save the best for last. No, all good. I'm just joking. I just wanted to ask about monitoring of contractors, because implementation is always where we struggle and we lose social licence. So I wanted to know, is there any monitoring of our contractors in terms of even checks and balances? Are we penalising them because, you know, if I just look on the ground, you know,
they'll close off roads for 3 months, and then when the community pushes back and tags us on Facebook, and then all of a sudden they didn't need to close both roads and they can finish it before 3 months. So I'm just wondering, like, are we on them?
I think there's more to do. When I was talking about the maintenance contracts, I mentioned we have the monthly operational meetings with them, which is about performance and about KPIs and about abatements and reward payments. We have 3 monthly governance meetings with each of those contractors as well, and we do quality monitoring out on site. Now, one of the things we are looking at through some of our other non-maintenance contracts, such as minor works safety implementation contracts, is how can we incentivise through better payment regimes against time? And as we're reviewing the TTM and the temporary traffic management systems and taking a more risk-based approach, trying to put also some risk back on the contractors for fixed pricing as opposed to time-based, which tends to be some of our legacy contracts still are based on time-based. So we're looking at how we can improve both pricing, both cost efficiency, but also the amount of time that contractors are actually out on the network as well through that. And those minor works contracts are coming up for procurement middle of next year, so we're working on that now. Stacey could talk about public transport operators. We have regular meetings with those as well. So the simple answer is yes, but there's more we can do.
Good to hear. Thank you. And then my other question was around safety, and I'm just wondering whether some of those head-on and side crashes from people taking a risk, is there any correlation with new road designs? I cannot go past the Eastern Busway intersection where cars are still going in the wrong lanes, and perhaps it hasn't come on the radar because they haven't actually hit each other, but it's just going to happen. It's so poorly designed and so scary, really.
After any major project which looks at road design or changes to road design, there is an independent safety audit done, and it's not done by the contractor, it's not done by even the team that's managing the contractor in terms of delivery, it's done out of our road management team. But I mean, we can continue to, we'll look at that again, but we've looked at it a number of times already in terms of that design and monitoring it for incidents, but it has been signed off by an independent safety auditor.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering how we get past the community acceptance issue, because that is a major issue. And if we want to implement all these different changes, we do need our communities on board. So I'm wondering how we push past that barrier, because it comes up every time.
Thank you, Councillor. Good question. I think a lot of it does come down to the education piece in terms of it. You know, people understanding why and you know, why are we changing something? Why are we doing something? So it is a big part in terms of that, and people want to know how it impacts them. And you know, too often with a lot of these projects too, people see the time and duration. So it's not so much what we're doing; it's how we're doing it as well. And so I guess a lot of things in terms of that, people get used to there's certain ways of doing, and then it's a behavioural change thing. It's much more complex than building stuff. It takes time, and it takes targeted communication, and it takes people on journey. One of the points about doing more detailed, what I call analytics and insights on the data, is so that we can actually help local boards understand what is happening in your area. And so that it gives you more information to be able to communicate with as well, and also more information for us to be able to work with our road safety partners on. We're going to do the same when it comes to public transport in terms of that, you know, equity of use of public transport in local boards. So we do want to do that as well, so that we can actually see levels of service in a particular area, and as a percentage of population, how that stacks up across the local boards in terms of using public transport. It's a big tricky thing to solve about the community acceptance, but I think more often than not, and I know this is no surprise, but often we hear the noisy people on either sides and not necessarily what I would call the silent majority. And it's about getting more people to communicate too. Yeah.
And also using us as councillors, not just local boards, Because when something goes wrong, it's us that people tag on Facebook, you know, not the local boards. Well, I don't know, but it's definitely councillors. So we need to be included in what is going on in our areas. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. Councillor Williamson, you had a question?
It's a little bit more of a supplementary to Councillor Bartley. Do you put anything in the contracts with people that are going to go and do some road works or road maintenance locally that they are not to go putting orange cones up until they're ready to start doing the actual work? An example of this would be a street that runs into Maclean's College where my wife works. Actually had the orange cones put into it all the way up on both sides, so both teachers, parents couldn't drop, were inconvenienced, and 9 days later there has still not been any work started. She took a photo every day of the entire road with cones up. Obviously work was coming, but if the contract said to whoever it is you've contracted to do that work, you do not put cones up till you're ready to start the work, you would not piss so many people off, because the actual anger that people were, couldn't park, couldn't drop the kids, but nothing was happening in that street. So the question is, do you absolutely pin it on the contractor that if they put those cones out before they start, there'll be a punishment for them in their contract?
It's it's probably not as explicit as that, but we are working through the TTM guidelines, and the intention is that they will be, contractors in the future will be penalised on the assumption that we are able to identify where the departure occurs on occupying public open space, which is the road space, longer than what was agreed in the temporary traffic management, or if that area, the area that is being occupied grows in size, so it's duration and area. The price associated with that will vary depending on the land value in that vicinity. So if you're in downtown Auckland, that's a considerably higher price than if you're in rural West or Rodney. So we are working through all of those things. We're also looking at how we reduce the footprint required in the first place through a risk-based approach. Can I just also add in, and I understand the angst. Look, I drive around now, and when I drive Auckland, I can't see anything but red cones. You know, I mean, it annoys me. I now see them where I don't want to see them, and you'd think there was other things to look at, but yeah, I know. I think I'm close to that as well. But if I can just finish my comment, we've got 6 people that monitor temporary traffic management sites. Any single day in Auckland, you've got 2,000 of these being worked on, and those are the ones that we know about. There are people putting orange cones that aren't seeking approval to secure space, and they're doing it well before they should. So this is a big issue. We get to quality monitor approximately 1% of those 2,000 sites in operation every single day, and those are the ones we know about. So look, I've communicated this before, and I've asked the team. Our approach is we can proactively monitor that percentage. We rely on the public and yours, councillors, and all been very good and helpful to observe where we have something that doesn't look right. Get that to us and we will respond.
Right, that's reassuring. So just to let people know, the plan is after this item to stop for a short lunch break, folks, if you can just manage to hang on. Chair Donnelly wants to make a final brief summary comment before we go to what will be a very short debate, I'm sure. Wayne.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I'm a bit concerned you're getting the message that we can fix everything so long as you give us the money. On our part, we are focused on our scope being effective and not overdone. We are focusing on our methods of delivery being efficient. So we know there are areas, always areas where you can improve the cost of delivering what we have to deliver. Right at the moment, we're in a position where we're heavily committed to some big projects or supporting big projects, and add to that the cost of dealing with the the storm damage, etc. And unfortunately, that's just taken out all the capacity to do the smaller projects. So how we get through that, I'm not sure. I know we've got a GPS coming. Wouldn't it be great if they offered to take over some of the Eastern Busway funding and give us the headroom to get the things that community wants done? But we're actually locked into that situation at the moment, and it's difficult and it's frustrating. Just talking about sort of emissions and what are we doing about that and all the rest of it, I think the big investments take a long time to mature or to get delivered and for the change of mode and things to happen. So if we're wanting to make progress in short answer, frankly, the answer is not in big infrastructure at the moment, it's in other things. And that's about dealing with our 500,000 households and our 200,000 businesses and say, can you think of ways where you can help reduce emissions in Auckland, and what can Auckland Transport do to help do that? And a lot of that would come through local boards. But frankly, at the moment, we're having to talk with local boards with us. We haven't got anything in our pocket to help them do what they want to do. And so it comes back to that same issue. So it's a difficult conversation to have with local boards at the moment. We're casting it as we are really trying to be able to facilitate and do the more local stuff in the coming after we get through this year. But even that's not the way to do that is not yet obvious. So I just wanted to sort of the other thing I was going to say about big projects is embedded carbon tends to take 15, 20, 25 years to repay in terms of emissions avoided because of mode use change. So the big projects carry a heavy embedded carbon. The one that probably would carry a lot less is light rail coming back, not light rail, heavy rail corridor, which I was coming back to before. But repurposing networks with the support of local boards and support of communities is a low carbon cost of trying to get households to do things a bit different and local businesses to do things a bit different. And that's where we want to go to. But at the moment, I'm not seeing a mechanism by how we can get there. So I'd just like to share that frustration with you, because I didn't want to get you to get the message, all we need is big dollars and we can solve everything. I think there's a bit of a pivot to happen too in terms of how we work, okay?
Okay, thank you, Chair Donnelly, and thank you to all the Auckland Transport team today for your presentations, much appreciated. If you don't mind, you can now maybe go to the safety of the seats behind you. What will be a pretty short debate. It's the motion has been moved by Councillor Fletcher and seconded by Councillor Stewart that we received the update. We've only got two speakers. Councillor Dalton wants to make a brief contribution, and I want to say a couple of quick words also. But I'm hoping that's the extent of it. So, okay.
Thank you, Chair. I will be quick. I didn't want to preamble my question before, and it was really just to thank everyone for coming and speaking to us today, and good to see you, Kathy, and for being here around the environmental side. And thanks to Richard Harrison for his regular emails. They're really, really helpful, and congratulations on resolving the bus driver shortage. It's what a big job that was for you. And also thank you for ensuring public transport was really seamless during FIFA. It was so important to our city. I want to acknowledge, as I said when I asked the questions, actually the increase in the performance in your metrics, because it's been hard. I mean, you've had 3 years anyway of budget cuts, driver shortages, now you've got worker shortages because your budgets have been cut again. You get a lot of stick. You get a lot of stick from us and from the public. And I think that we forget to acknowledge the good things that are happening, notwithstanding we all have projects we want to get done. They can't get done unless we fund them. So I feel sometimes we set you up. You know, we cut the budget like we're cutting your pocket money because you haven't behaved yourselves. And actually we should be strong partners in governance and in getting transport working well for our city. I think that Well, I know that. I would like a longer conversation around the 50 million. I'm not comfortable with having to reset DSI. Nobody should ever be comfortable about resetting the DSI target. And I'd like to know how we can show a commitment to Auckland Transport and to our city that we are still going to roll out the horrible speed calming devices that people don't like. But I can tell you, as the area that has one of the highest DSIs in Auckland, they have reduced death and serious injury amongst our population. And they do work, and they are annoying. And I've had to change the way that I drive around town too, and really shift my mindset to just slowing down, because that's the whole point, just slow down and keep everybody safe. So thanks for all your work. I know we've still got a lot ahead of us to achieve, and I hope that we achieve that together. And I look forward to speaking to that in the further two items around the RLTP and the SOI. Kia ora, Chair.
Right, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From my perspective, this is the most important work we're undertaking on this council, and therefore I'm very grateful that you have allocated us sufficient time today for councillors, elected members and the Independent Māori Statutory Board to understand the level of complexity and those priorities that we need to be focused on. I particularly would just briefly like to pay tribute to the acting chair, Wayne Donnelly. He brings incredible experience in terms of the work he has undertaken and the weighting that he's put on to us today, which in my language is finishing off what you've started, is a message that we should take on really closely and heed. They've got the big challenges of what our expectations are in growing patronage, finding new customers, getting that network resilience, but finishing off what we started, and it comes for me back to the CRL, has to be just the fundamental of the work going forward. So I think that we are fortunate to have a person of the depth of experience, and also with the incoming CEO, he brings enormous experience there, and the time that I'm putting into Auckland Transport along with yourself, sir, as chair, I am really impressed that there is a culture change that is taking place, that Auckland Transport is working in every way to try and find some alignment with the reset priorities and objectives that we are putting forward. So I'd just like to close again on paying tribute to the acting chair and his board, and we've only just scratched the surface today on a lot of the work that's being undertaken, but there's some pretty big challenges ahead, and I want to thank them very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Simpson, you want to say a few words?
Yes, thanks. Look, I sit here around the table as a governor for Auckland and want to support Auckland Transport in the work you do. It's a huge amount of our budget and it's very important to us and to Auckland. What I struggle with is when you promise to a community to deliver something and then you come on the month it's supposed to be delivered and tell us that you may not be able to deliver it. That's hard. It's hard for us to accept that change at the ninth hour. We shouldn't have to hear it from the community who hear it from someone inside of Auckland Transport. We should hear it first. I absolutely support Councillor Fletcher in her support for the acting chair. Wayne, thank you very much. And I actually support Councillor Bartley, because communicating with your councillors as the decision-making for, the relationship that we have with you and the budget and stuff, first and foremost, is a priority. You have to finish what you start first before starting something else. You have to do projects that are desperately wanted by community, leave alone the ones that people don't, and deliver on what you say. How you do that is your problem. If you've come to us with ways to, help fix it, fine. But, Wayne's right. It's not just money, but you cannot promise and not deliver. It puts us all at risk, and that reputational risk for Auckland Transport isn't good now, and it's not going to be helped by that kind of decision making. We collectively have to do better, and I think you have to take that on board and find a solution. Thank you.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Just briefly on the bus drivers, just phenomenal news, and apologies to Joe and the comms team. I didn't realise I was actually leaking that good information the day before that you put that information out. I was just so stoked to go from 576 or 579 drivers down before Christmas to wiping that out. So that's fantastic news, and congratulations to everyone involved. On the FIFA, just, phenomenal. Got so much good feedback. I took the train and bus both ways to games, and it was just great atmosphere, but all the staff along the lines, the safety, it felt, just seamless, and got lots of good feedback from people, especially from people who don't usually take public transport, who were surprised how good it is, and hopefully those people continue to use the network after that. Just briefly on the cycling and the climate, and the safety, we talk about people not being clear if they're in favour of those things, but the last RLTP, that those feedbacks and themes came back the strongest. Safety was a huge priority, especially around schools, climate, environment, public transport, cycling. So we know that the community wants those things. Yes, there's a cost, but cycling and walking is our smallest budget overall, and I take cost of living and the COVID and everything disruptions, yes, but for years and years I felt like we have had excuses around the cycle projects. To the Mayor's point around making them cheaper, you did try that, but politicians went and stood around concrete separators. That was our cheapest option. Those have been in Nelson Street for 10 years maybe, and never had an issue. So there are things that you're trying to do, but as you say, politicians then tell you to don't do the expensive option, don't do the cheap option. So that makes your life harder. So we need to step out of the way, especially when we're looking at 50% increase in cyclists' death and serious injuries, and 20% on pedestrians. That's just not good as governors of the city. We need to support you to somehow do that work, and you do need to be bolder about exactly what you need budget-wise, and we need to find it. I know there was a big, tough argument, a lot of funding through the budget, but we need a clearer understanding of exactly what is needed, so we don't keep hitting into this space. But I will say, and I have asked for 7 or 8 years now, around using renewal funding better, using that relationship. How can, when we're ripping up roads, put them back with walking and cycling facilities, or if it's not, adding a slip lane or other unsafe things that are added. And when consultations come back, say on Royal Oak or Avondale and other places, where the strongest feedback is add cycle safety, and then we don't do it, then I think there's a problem there. So I take on board, we need people on board, but when people are on board and they're ignored, they get frustrated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hills. And just on the last speaker, I'll round it up then just before lunch. And I didn't ask any questions because I think the comments are making it more appropriate to this part of the item. Firstly, I'd really like to acknowledge the testing times that are facing Auckland Transport and the effort that's been made. They've been through a really, what must have been destabilising and demoralising kind of restructure. So I certainly, as the chair of this committee, really keen to express my appreciation for the people that are working on the ground and the people that are managing them and the board, because it is a very constrained and difficult environment, and one that's been building up for a number of years. In that respect, one point I certainly did want to draw out, and that other councillors have referred to, is the performance of Auckland Transport during this Women's World Cup. There was 9 matches at Eden Park, each one of those virtually a sellout crowd. all converging on the one area. Each match a pretty significant logistical exercise in itself, and to say that the way that it was handled was impressive, and in many respects a continuation of what has been the standard since the start of the Super City. I've been going to events and I've seen people like Mark Lambert out and about on the nights supervising things down in the waterfront. At least that's what I think he was down the waterfront for, but out on those match nights. So I think it is really appropriate to really make a specific point of that, because that all happened seamlessly and really contributed to the overall success, the phenomenal success of the Women's World Cup. My final point, however, really comes more from the point of view of a ward councillor, and it's really contingent upon me to bring it up, and it goes to the notion of the latest round of attempts to deal with the ongoing ferry crisis, and I say this because it's unfair in many ways to subject Stacey to a grilling, because she's just come in here, she's picked this up and is making some pretty meritorious efforts to try and come up with something that's better than what we've had. However, having said that, in the last little while I've been to public meetings of 300 and 400 people who are turning up to meetings in Gulf Harbour as a consequence of the shortcomings of their ferry services, which for this month are running at over 50% cancellation rate. I don't think anyone in this room or any person in Auckland Transport would be catching any form of public transport if it only turned up 1 out of 2 times that it was scheduled to. That's the reality down at Gulf Harbour, and unfortunately it follows on from a rather unimpressive sequence of events over the last 18 months. There was a big meeting in October last year during the election, which Fuller's personnel and AT staff turned up as a consequence of the challenges in the service as it was then. Things got better for a little while. Before then, they deteriorated once again, and in February we had a meeting of this committee where there was significant attention drawn to the ferries, not just in Gulf Harbour but in Devonport and Waiheke as well. In Gulf Harbour it got better for a little while, then it went back to what it was. In fact, it got worse. During the RPTP period, we had the latest kind of response there, whereby there was a proposal to, in 4 years' time, to actually withdraw that service. So at these meetings, which people are turning up to in my ward in massive, unprecedented numbers, there's some comments being made, and basically the comments, this is from the people themselves, and with a 50% cancellation rate, it's hard to deny that the services are being run down, that the cancellation rate is chronic, and that at some point in the future, where the patronage predictably folds, then there'll be some proposal to reduce or remove services. That's what people who catch those services think, and they have every reason to be thinking that. As far as Gulf Harbour goes, there's been a rather unconvincing attempt to tie the chronic cancellation rate into the weather, as if it's something intrinsic to do with this run. Yes, this is outer harbour, it is a bit more exposed, and the weather has been unseasonably bad. But if we go back for previous years, the cancellation rate on this particular run was barely 5%. It's over 50% now. It was 5, 6, 7% in preceding years. So to suggest that that's in any way linked to the weather is a little unconvincing, to say the least. The latest response, which Stacey, to her credit, is leading, is to do with this reduced service. In reality, we've had a reduced service. It'll be very disappointing if that reduced service becomes prone to the same level of cancellation that has plagued the so-called existing service. The point I bring it up there is, despite the efforts and the interventions of AT, the assurances from the actual operator were somewhat less than emphatic in their response yesterday. So that's really all I wanted to say. I think it's important that as much as we have this update, we have this oversight, that if there are specific instances that may or may not be reflective of other parts of the network, that they're brought up and they are subject to some sort of public scrutiny. In the case with this run that I'm familiar with, because I catch it and I talk to people, they have a Facebook page of over 1,800 people. The intelligence that's coming back is pretty precise, it's pretty detailed, and it's pretty unchallengeable. So I'll certainly be looking to join together with the AT personnel, particularly Stacey, in trying to make that better than what it's been, not just for that run, but for the other parts of the ferry service. And I think certainly with the councillors who have ferry operations running in their wards, I think certainly we're going to have to probably consult with our director here and to see how best that can be continued to be monitored. It's been going on 18 months. Another 18 months, as signalled, would virtually wipe out certain services. Of that, I have no doubt. So on that cheery note, thank you very much, everyone, for your attendance from AT here today. We'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:20 Thanks. Vote. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you.
Aye.
the public transport customer satisfaction metrics overview. And I think it's Stacey, the Executive General Manager of Public Transport, and Vanessa, Executive General Manager of Customer Experience. And basically we're going to be looking at the various methodologies used to measure customer satisfaction across the public transport network, and that's certainly been a recurring question with a number of councillors in their questions. So it'll be useful to get a bit more of a sense of how those methodologies play out. Welcome, Stacey.
Thank you, Chair. I know there's been a lot of conversation in months past about how we measure customer satisfaction, and I do recall being here and us looking at a graph, and that felt non-representative in terms of the sentiment that councillors were receiving from their constituents. So we did want to take you through a little bit more detail to help you understand it, and the additional measures that we do more on an operational basis to give us sort of weekly insights to things. So in terms of that, there are currently 2 PT satisfaction surveys, and both surveys evaluate the performance of Auckland public transport services. The results are reported to various stakeholders across AT. The first one is the Gravitas survey, and that's actually done on board public transport. And that is done quarterly, and it is reported through to Waka Kotahi. So it is a consistent measure used. And as an example of that, it will say, because it's on board, it's done in person, and in terms of that, it is about your experience on board, and is your service sort of running to time? And you do get what I call a much higher satisfaction rate being there on the spot with that. Our second one is what we call AT's internal online survey, and we call that the weekly pulse of the network, and satisfaction is for the most recent journey. It is a lag survey in terms of that is an opt-in basis, so it is quite different, and they're also measured differently, so we'll have a wee look at that. So the official Waka Kotahi New Zealand Transport Agency survey is a prescribed methodology which has been carried out on behalf of AT since October 2012. It is a paper-based survey carried out every 3 months. It is done on board our services, and that's across all the modes, and it measures satisfaction with a range of different elements of the current trip and the overall PT system. So there are questions in that survey such as the infrastructure questions as well as the cleanliness of the fleet and the punctuality of the trip that you're actually on at the time. It reports satisfaction as a 6+ out of 10 measure. Now that's a key difference to consider when we look at the next one. It is reported as a 12-month rolling average, which smooths out the season variability as well. And it's used in performance metrics and our contracts with PT providers. So it is done by operator and regionality as well. So the total sample is usually about 3,100 per quarter, and it's done over a set period, a few weeks. And in terms of our online one, this was only something that we actually brought in during COVID, because probably for obvious reasons we weren't feeling as close to our customers and understanding their experience given the situations that we were in and the distance measures. It is done online, and it's done by actually issuing emails out to on a weekly basis to registered hot cards, and so that's done to people who had a journey in the last week. In terms of that, it is obviously an opt-in survey. People are being asked to do that. They don't have to do it in terms of that. And it has a subset of on-board sort of questions such as journey planning, disruptions, and those sort of topical issues. Every now and then there are different questions that are asked if we're looking to obtain different information from our customers. It reports an 8 out of 10 satisfaction, which is quite different to the Gravitas survey, which is the official customer satisfaction measure. So it's a lot more what I would call looking at the really really, really satisfied end of it. But what it does do is it has text elements where customers can tell us exactly about their journey. And we use that every week to understand our customers, particularly around disruptions and the likes, because we get pointed feedback, let's say, or sort of targeted feedback about particular areas. Again, this is used at approximately 300 per week we get, which sort of equates to around the same sort of numbers in terms of quarterly, so 3,600 per quarter. That is, I guess, an example in terms of how it measures out on the same surveys with the different measures. So 6 out of 10 for the official one. It's an 8 out of 10 satisfaction measure for the online one. There's good reasons for that. It does provide us with what I would call a pulse in terms of that. It's important to also understand that when you're asking people to opt in and do something, usually they're only going to do that if they're really, really satisfied or they've had a really bad experience and they want to tell you about that. So it does eschew the overall sort of what I would call satisfaction, but it's important for us to be able to hear that and understand why, and that's why we do it that way. This is just more in terms of how you can see how it's tracked over the period of time across both sort of survey formats. What you are likely to hear, and what I know was up there last time when this came up, was you saw the Gravitas survey. You saw the one that's done on a quarterly basis where there is a very high level of satisfaction on the 6 to 10 index, which is the official one done nationally. Okay. What you've been hearing is more where it hasn't worked well for customers, which is very much more aligned to what we do with the pulse check. And so likely, you know, you're not hearing every day from people when they've had a good bus journey or a good train journey or a good ferry journey. You're hearing when it doesn't work for them. And that sort of aligns with how we do the surveying as well. So we get that real-time information each week. And that's it. Thank you.
So thanks very much for that presentation, Stacey. Do we have any questions from the councillors? That's it, yeah. Okay. Councillor Hills, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a brief, and it's maybe connected to this. Are we measuring the people, individuals, rather than numbers? Because I have a sneaking suspicion they were doing a lot better, but because people take public transport less often, the numbers are obviously fewer. So I feel like there are more people taking public transport than pre-COVID, but just doing it less. So we're kind of not celebrating that bit just because maybe there's more people, but taking it 3 days a week instead of the 5 they always used to.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, that's correct. There are more unique, what I would call public transport users. It's just that those that were taking public transport 5 days a week are potentially only taking it 2 or 3 days a week. But more people are using it. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Hills. I'll just chuck one in, Stacey, if you don't mind, and just trying to really, I can see the overall difference between the two in terms of what you're asking. When you use the term with this service, is it that particular run that day, or more generically the service, you know, that you use last year or 2 years or whatever it might be?
Thank you, Chair. With the Gravitas one, it is on board. It is about the service that you're on at that particular time. But of course, other people's sentiment will come into it about things. With the online survey, it is very much about your experience. They will say that, you know, we've noticed you're on this trip. How was your experience that day? And so whilst it goes out to a really large number, obviously not everybody's going to respond to it. We do see people in terms of want to tell us about their disruption on their particular service. They may bring other things into it, which is, you know, to be expected in terms of general sentiment across the board.
I guess just a quick follow-up question for that, and you know, I can see the methodologies here, is probably what we're interested in is like a sense of what's people's overall satisfaction with their service. So is there any is there provision to hit like certain routes, whether bus, train, or ferry, and you have a more kind of like thorough examination than's covered here? So is there anything over and above these surveys that AT has done or can do?
Thank you. Yes, good question. We do a lot in terms of surveying to understand, how people connect with public transport, how often they use it, what are the inhibitors in terms of accessing public transport. There's regular sort of surveys to understand sentiment across the board. The Gravitas one's quite in-depth. There are a lot of questions they will ask, how do you usually travel, in terms that how often do you use public transport. So we do get detailed information. So whilst you see that high-level graph, there's a considerable amount of data that sits behind it that we do go through thoroughly quarterly to understand changes in behaviour, and also in terms of sentiment towards the likes of infrastructure, fleet cleanliness, customer service and responsiveness, information during disruption.
Councillor Simpson?
Stacey, are you finding the increase to full fare public transport subsidy that's gone off affecting public transport use?
That's a great question, Councillor. No, we're not, interestingly enough. It hasn't really impacted what I would call as our core commuting market. We haven't seen a drop-off. We have seen, obviously, an increase in terms of with the particular user groups where those fare subsidies are in place. We've seen more registrations in that space, which we would expect to see. But in terms of what we saw before half price came off, no, we're not seeing a dip there.
That's amazing.
Surprising. Okay, so thank you very much, Stacey, for that presentation. I'm happy to move it. I have a seconder, Councillor Fletcher. Does anyone want to say anything, speak to it? No? Okay, done a good job there, Stacey. So all those in favour? Right, okay, against? Carried. Move on to the next item, item 10, approval of Auckland Transport's Statement of Intent 2023 to 2026. So we'll call up Claire and Alistair to introduce this item, and there's some recommendations up there which I'm happy to move, and Councillor Fletcher will second. So over to you, Claire.
Thank you. So the report you have before you is to approve Auckland Transport Statement of Intent for 2023 to 2026 period. This marks the end of quite a long process that started in December last year with the letter of expectation to AT. The draft statement of intent was received in April, and you as shareholders provided your feedback on the 18th of May at the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. We've reviewed the final statement of intent against the shareholders' feedback, and a reconciliation table is provided in Appendix B of the report. Auckland Transport has responded positively to shareholder feedback and addressed the matters raised in our letter to them. And staff from Auckland Transport and Council have been working together importantly to refine the key performance indicators and outcomes expected. A summary of all the measures is now provided on page 29 of the Statement of Intent, and Appendix 2, importantly, provides a lot more detail and explanation around each measure and the rationale for those targets. It is important to note that the targets included for a number of the measures have been revised down to reflect the budget and the priorities that have been discussed earlier today at the committee. And the Auckland Transport the board has made a conscious decision to focus on what is achievable in its targets as opposed to what are setting stretch targets. There is one target where there has been a bit of debate, and that is the one around passenger transport boardings, which in the SOI is currently noted at 83.4 million. And AT have noted that they are also reporting against the aspirational target of 100 million regularly, and indeed that goes out in an email to councillors every week.
Auckland Transport are also working with council staff on the passenger transport recovery plan, and as you'll see up there, there is an additional chair's recommendation that says once that plan is approved, it would be prudent to come back and look at whether we need to update and amend the SOI to align with the targets in that plan. There are two other areas where we are suggesting that Auckland Transport comes back to the committee. The first one is around the capital program, as there has been discussions earlier today. Auckland Transport, in light of some of the budget decisions, do have some concerns around awarding multi-year contracts, and we understand that they are doing further prioritisation work. We are suggesting that they come back to us in September on the outcomes of that process, and they include what are funded and not funded, so that Council has visibility over that. In conclusion, we are recommending that staff approve the that shareholders approve the statement of intent, and should you agree to that today, we will write to Auckland Transport confirming the approval and noting the additional request for them to come back. There is one other matter in the report where we have suggested that Auckland Transport do come back, and that is around the work that they are doing on stormwater, and they are discussing that with their board later this year. So that concludes what I'd like to say, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire. And you will note, of course, in that attachment, there's quite some level of detail informing the agenda paper itself. So with that said, open up for questions, and first is Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. This might be a question for yourself, Chair. If you're not comfortable with the deaths and serious injuries being revised downward, how would you kind of suggest that I express that with my vote today?
That's a good question, and might well go to other aspects of the statement of intent. So I think, Claire and Alistair, it would probably be helpful for us to get some sense of how we've arrived at these figures, and how plausible is alterations at this stage, given the process we've been through and the extent of the engagement with Auckland Transport over it, basically.
So I think it's important to understand, and it is why we highlighted it at this, that Auckland Transport have revised down the figures in response to the budget, and also in response to a number of other factors on safety. I'm aware that there might be people from Auckland Transport that are probably better able to speak to in more technical detail around that. In terms of the process from here, there are two options, as I see it, and Alistair might want to jump in. The first one is that we can write back to Auckland Transport and say we would like to have further discussion around these targets and develop a process around that. The second one is that we do not accept this SOI, and we would be looking to a modification process. That does require us to consult with Auckland Transport in the first instance before we could make a modification shareholding resolution.
So I guess, Councillor Henderson, to answer your question, that no, there is a possibility for change here, but it would involve that process, and I guess it depends to a large extent on our willingness to accept the information that's gone into informing these targets here.
Yeah, and the desire of the meeting, of course. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Dalton.
I think mine's a comment. Oh, wait, thank you.
So Councillor Dalton's a comment. Do we have any other questions? Okay, so that's the recommendations that are up there. We're happy to go to the speaking order.
Look, I'm just trying to find it, but I think in the SOI it does refer to the bus driver shortage. Here it is, the current bus driver shortage. It's on page 13. That's redundant, that line now, so if we can, because there is no current bus driver shortage. Am I correct in that regard? I think it's 13. All right, thanks, Councillor Darby. I'm going through that.
I think that's what we heard this morning, wasn't it? So that's fair
Just
enough.
another question,
Yeah.
if I may. I think we're all concerned about the new setting on safety. Safety we talk about as being paramount. And just following up on Councillor Henderson's concern that he's just expressed, is for you, Barry, is there a way to have a D that notes in particular the new setting for that draws our attention to it and requires us to come back to that, you know, as a priority. We often talk about safety as being paramount in transport. I don't think any of us want to shy away from that. We've got a situation here, we've got a financial constraint. I'm looking for your guidance, Barry, on how we might do that in a meaningful way. I'm not suggesting we just pack it out with a cosy looking motion.
I'm not quite sure how we can respond to that or how to do that, because it does tie in with the funding that's available and the budgets available for Auckland Transport, I would think. So that's something we can pick up with them and come back to you on that. I'm not sure if Alistair may have some comment on it, but I think these are tied into the funding available, so we start playing around with one measure, they change.
Yeah. Through the chair, look, the statement of intent does state that the reset of the target reflects less funding being available than anticipated in the Road to Zero trajectory. So I'm reluctant at this stage to make formal changes to a statement of intent without understanding fully the relationship between the budget and the target. I would suggest if this is an issue of of serious concern, that it's picked up probably through the LTP process. Sorry, we've got Auckland Transport people who are cleverer than me sitting behind me who might be able to weigh in on this too. But fundamentally, if it's a funding issue, there are a number of trade-offs made in the annual plan process just gone, and if this is a result of that, then perhaps the best course of action is to pick it up through the LTP process.
Perhaps, Stacey, you could add to Alistair's response there.
Thank you, Chair. And look, it's a good idea in terms of picking it up in the LTP process. I just want to point out that we did not meet our target last year as well. And we're so far off it in terms of that, and knowing that we have funding constraints, it's irresponsible for us to keep on putting out these targets that we knowingly can't meet. And that's why we re-baselined it and take into consideration our current 12 months to date. We're looking at 669 deaths and serious injuries. The target is less than that. You know, ESI target is an improvement upon that number. So we're still aiming for year-on-year improvement, but it's really important to understand what we set for our people based on that. So a couple of points. The cost to deliver has scaled obviously from 20 to 40% post-COVID. Now this in terms of the SOI target has been set quite a while back, and in terms of how it flowed through the last few years, and it hasn't changed off that methodology. So that's an important consideration. And beyond that constraint, the funding proposed for FY24 RLTP road safety has been reduced substantially, 30 million from 74 million. So these big changes there. I do want to stress that also it's not just the capital side. There was a number of other what I call policy legislative decisions that assumed when those targets were initially set that have not materialised. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Stacey. I think that's quite helpful. Is there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Hills. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hills?
Just on the measure, the 24 minutes, I've lost it now, it's a new measure. I feel like if we can't fund the DSI reductions to where we thought, how are we funding a 24-minute, where is it? Sorry. The average travel time across the arterial network. I don't quite understand how that's, and is that in a vehicle or as a person?
Through the chair, on page 37 of AT's statement of intent, they do give a bit more detail around how that measure is calculated. So it's the average travel speed of people in cars and buses in the AM peak hour, and uses the average trip in Auckland, which is 10 kilometres for the purpose of this calculation. So it does take into account the works and the improvements that they are making as part of the passenger transport recovery plan, I'm assuming, and some of the other initiatives that have been involved.
Okay.
We believe that's funded.
That is our understanding from the statement of intent. We could go back and ask further clarification around that.
No more questions. It's been moved and seconded. We have a speaking order, starting with Councillor Dalton and Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I really struggle with the DSI as well, and I understand the reasons for it. But at the end of the day, we're the ones that set the budget. And to approve an SOI that has a DSI that's going to say no more than 640 when it's no more than 537 now is not something I'm going to support. And this is no reflection on Auckland Transport. This is a reflection on us and what we choose to invest and what we choose as our priorities. The emission reductions are also, the target has been dropped from 17% to 15% in the next year. Unacceptable. Not by Auckland Transport again, but by us. We must have a look at ourselves and what we choose to invest into our people of Auckland and our priorities, and what we are going to decide is the future for our city. The future for our city is to be a safe network for people who are driving, cycling, walking, any mode of travel that they choose to take. To have a target in there, because funding has been reduced, to say that there will be an increase of no more than over, 110 people, is not something I can support. So I will be voting against this because, from my perspective, I made the decision on the funding, and these are the outcomes that Auckland Transport has rebalanced their targets to, and I can't support that for this particular area, DSI and emissions. Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. I was really glad to follow Councillor Dalton's wisdom, because I think you're absolutely dead on, Councillor. Like I'm wrestling with this in my gut, because I really don't want to vote against this. Statement of intent's a pretty big deal, and an even bigger deal, I think, to vote something down. But at the same time, look, I just cannot go along with revising down the DSI targets. It's just too much. And, you know, I note in the report, it says that they have been realigned in response to funding requirements. And I think that's part of the picture. And we got I think the main part of the picture through questioning. And I just want to acknowledge the answers to that is that these are policy discussions. Some of these are regulatory issues that actually council are lobbying government for changes. And I think we're going some way to that today. So it's not just money, right? Where we look at to invest our money is a big part of it, but it's also some other work that needs to be done as well. And so look, to revise down DSI targets sends a really bad message to Aucklanders, in my opinion, and I just cannot go along with that. We have had too many deaths, particularly of cyclists, particularly of walkers. We've all had them in our wards. We've all had to speak to families that have been affected. You know, we can't go along with that. We've got to put a stake in the ground and say, look, we're going to do what we can to invest what we can, particularly in terms of rhetoric around separated cycle paths and things of that nature. Speed tables, you know, we have this horrible political rhetoric about opposing things that make things safer for kids around schools. That's not the message that I want to send Aucklanders, so unfortunately I'm going to have to vote it down. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, Mayor Brown?
Thanks for that. We have made considerable progress, and I think that this is a good step forward, this statement of intent. Pressure has already got rid of the bus drivers problem. It's quite difficult for an independent body to actually deliver on statements of road accidents because the people themselves have an involvement in that. But it was interesting to notice in today's government policy statement, which I'm welcoming because it's quite supportive of where we want to go. One of the things that they've agreed to is refocusing the safety budget, which provides Auckland with more flexibility on delivering sensible safety improvements as part of the broader improvement and renewal project. So we are getting more flexibility. It's very rigid, the way it's delivered. I think the intention is definitely to reduce the numbers, and perhaps picking a number is what's the problem. We should be setting about things to make it safer, but the government are allowing us the ability to be a bit more flexible about how we go about it, and I think that's a good thing. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Newman.
Reading the draft GPS today, Mr. Chair. The safety budget. You know how much that's been cut? 37%. 37% in the government policy statement on land transport. That is the adjustment downwards in the safety budget. Previously called Road to Zero, down 37%. You want to go and talk to some? Don't talk to me. You can talk to me. I'll listen to you. I'm not sure David Parker's listening to you. But it's not just about the GPS. This has been going on for years, Mr. Chair. I mean, I texted me this morning. I don't know where to feel angry with Auckland Transport or frustrated with Auckland Transport. We have cut growth projects that are actually designed to ensure the safe and efficient operation of the transport network accommodating growth. We have cut safety projects for intersections as part of our let's package up all the funding to address growth and safety in greenfields because we're going to plough it all into an MOU for Kāinga Ora, signed up by most people around here. We've had the road resealing targets have not been met year after year after year. Why not? Because they haven't been funded. And of course they need part funding from government. That hasn't been matched. And now of course we've got a GPS that wants to reduce the safety budget by 37%. I'm not sure if that's going to end up on some people's Twitter feeds, but that's the reality of the document. Go and read it on the Ministry of Transport website. This has been workshopped and workshopped and workshopped, and I'm sorry that it doesn't suit the narrative for some people. I don't think that anybody voting to adopt this statement of intent today is out there to go and drive up the number of deaths and serious injuries. And if that's the narrative from some, well, I'd be disappointed. That they need a statement of intent, and I didn't see in the budget that we passed at the end of June too many amendments to drive up the CapEx budget and the renewals budget for Auckland Transport. I saw a lot of speeches and rhetoric about a number of things. I didn't see the funding amendments go up for Auckland Transport. This is our statement of intent and it's our budget. So people want to go and redress this next year, they can. I bet you anything that it still won't be enough because this is a complex and difficult debate, Chair, but you have to try and strike the balance. And I think that the balance is not perfect. I'm not happy with the statement of intent, but it's better than what it was. And I look forward to seeing Auckland Transport moving in the right direction in terms of meeting that slightly tougher target around road resealing, because you know what, 5.5% has been atrocious. They're at 4.6 against that target last year. 6%, 6.5%, 7%, that is going to need a huge increase in funding, and I wonder where that's going to come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Statements of intent
a part of the council and AT's annual routine. Frankly, and they're a legal requirement, but frankly, in practice, I don't see that they add too much value. I don't think, in terms of this document, which is a big one, whether the average public transport user or the average driver will get that much value out of it. And I don't know how these things are costed, and perhaps I don't think I want to know. But just in terms of the metrics, I think the metrics could be very helpful, good metrics, helpful for the shareholder, but also helpful for AT, the board of AT, and management and staff of AT. And I'm not sure whether we've achieved that. We could do a lot better in benchmarking, for instance, to see how we are progressing. Given our budget commitment to AT and the proportion of the budget that we dedicate to transport, some of the reporting, the informal reporting councillors get back from AT, I find is somewhat misleading, somewhat over-optimistic in terms of public transport patronage. For instance, Mr. Kimpton in his PowerPoint earlier this morning gave us the figure of 71 million passenger trips per annum. AT's patronage data actually is good and robust in the raw data. So 71 million is about 70% of where we were in Auckland in 2019 prior to COVID. So we are a long way back from recovering from COVID. And so I wonder how much blame we can put on COVID so many years after the pandemic. And I think we therefore need to ask some searching questions about our basic performance given the budgetary commitment. I notice in regard to cycling counts, for instance, they've been reset, and the annual increase has been reset to 2.5%. I think that is very optimistic to me, Frank, but what I'm concerned about is the comment, this reflects budget reductions. No, I don't think so. I think that's a little bit misleading. If we measure everything by budget, I think we would have a completely different perspective on virtually everything. If you go on to the motorway right now, you'll be amazed how crowded and congested it is in comparison, in particular, to what we have to spend a lot of money on public transport, cycleways and so on. So, and just one more point, there's a lot of emphasis on Maori outcomes. And okay, that's an expectation and a requirement. But I think we need to be very careful when we are requiring AT to spend money on Maori businesses. I think that may clash with other legal requirements in terms of discrimination, and also put a lot of pressure on AT to ascertain whether the recipient of such businesses are valid claimants. I just think it's just another unhelpful requirement, overly prescriptive in terms of Maori outcomes, because Maori in Auckland, like everyone else, should and deserves to get a better transport system given the money that Maori and everyone else are paying for it. So I think the council should be a little bit more careful about putting obligations on AT to send money in certain directions, regardless of the rigour and value for money and so on. So coming back to the statement of intent, I have to say overall that it's somewhat underwhelming, and for the average Aucklander, public transport user in particular, but driver or anyone else, it will be something of a non-event. And I think we really, over the coming year, need to, from Auckland Council's point of view, up our game in this particular respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, yeah, I can't support it for the reasons that have been mentioned as well around safety, DSI. I agree with Daniel Newman. I am really disappointed. I have not had a chance to read the GPS, but if that's cuts to transport, that's the same issue we're having with our capped out renewals funding from the government too. You know, it has been exciting to see significant increases from ATAP. I think 2017 we're at 26 billion with a $6 billion hole, and then it went up to 32 billion 2021, but we're actually yet to see a lot of that money come in. So the promises are great, but I've got concerns on where we're going, and it is government's problem as well. So 100% agree there. So I am concerned about the lack of rollout of some of those big projects and some of the funding that has been promised to us that we've never received. Obviously, pandemic has a big effect on those budgets, but there are a lack of, I think, focus on getting those budgets to us. But once again, I guess the same with the TERP and the transport emissions. We've been giving this feedback for 4 years now, and I still am none the wiser on exactly what is needed. So we get told there is not enough budget, or we can't do that because it's too, you know, Vision Zero, and same with our emissions requirements are too ambitious, but I still haven't had a plan or advice to us what could be needed or what we need to focus on. And again, I don't believe that all the projects that come across my email and that I see consulted on have all the safety and climate focus they could within the budgets of those projects. And often there is good support from community for certain things, and that doesn't get added. And then there's also a case, and I keep asking, whose responsibility is it, the AT board or us from a governance perspective, when we stop projects, or when AT stops projects after, even if the submissions were in favour, that a few loud voices or a local board or a councillor stops a project, who's at fault if there is a death or serious injury then? Because there has been a lot of projects stopped from interference without actually thinking about what that might lead to from a deaths and serious injuries perspective. So I do have concerns about that, so I cannot support this. Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything on this one. I was going to listen, and I feel quite torn over the DSI stuff, but I did want to point out when it comes to the GPS funding, and I've just read a Herald article while Councillor Newman was talking. Yes, there is a 37% decrease in safety. That's because that money and some more has been shifted to the state highway improvements and the local road improvements budgets, and that is clearly outlined in the double asterisk point that is next to the previously called Road to Zero line in their article. So they haven't actually reduced the funding, they've shifted it to other lines which have in fact increased by more. So I just wanted to put that to rest. The key thing for me about that I can't get over about the DSIs, deaths, serious injuries, not just an acronym, is that actually I don't think we're quite making the connection here between what we do and what we ask AT to do and what results in deaths and serious injuries. I think a lot of us might be thinking, actually it's about how much road engineering we can afford. But actually the safest form of transport that has the lowest level of deaths and serious injuries is public transport. So if we are investing in increasing patronage on public transport, we will decrease DSIs. If we are focused on increasing the number of kids who can cycle and walk safely to school, we will reduce DSIs. So when we say we don't have the budget to reduce DSIs, Are we really saying we don't have the budget to increase patronage on PT, to make it safer for kids to walk and cycle to school, to do all those other things that do reduce DSIs? And I don't think it's okay for us to accept a statement of intent that doesn't lay that challenge down clearly. There's a range of things we could be doing to reduce DSI. Let's look at all of them and say to AT, we want to pull all of those levers. And some of it won't look like safety funding. Some of it will look like travel-wise. Some of it will look like a bike train. You know, some of it will look like ferry improvements. And that's okay. The target is to reduce deaths and serious injuries, and we shouldn't lose that target. Thank you.
Councillor Baker?
Yeah, obviously I'm going to support the SOI, but look, it worries me that we're hinging this whole SOI on DSIs, and we heard and really good points, Julie, about the public transport, and I recall the statement of the CEO this morning talking about the majority of the funding going towards public transport. We're not going to fix that overnight, and we just have to be realistic about that. But to throw the SOI out because we're worried about the target, I also recall Stacey sitting here a few months ago talking to us about why and what is killing people on the road, and the huge statistic of people not putting on their seatbelt. How that can be addressed in an SOI, how Auckland Transport can address that, I don't know. And so I think we need to be really, really careful here. Yes, make great statements about, how we want to reduce DSIs. DSIs go up and down every year without rhyme or reason. And it's almost impossible, having been involved in that industry for a long time, it is an impossible science to try and figure out why people are dying on our roads or getting seriously injured. And we have to be really careful in terms of how and what we do in this regard, in terms of this SOI. And I think if you believe that the target is going to drive Auckland Transport to think seriously about reducing DSI and that's the only thing, you are so mistaken and so misled, and it's almost, disrespectful to the people at Auckland Transport that work incredibly hard to make people safe within our network. So, I will be supporting it, and, let's not get carried away in terms of the DSI stuff and our statements on them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Baker. Final comment, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to support the comments being made by Councillor Dalton that I won't be supporting this either, because the target should be to reduce DSIs, but the target is not that in the SOI. And if I look at my particular area, which Councillor Hills mentioned, Royal Oak, and the loss there of Levi, and the identified measures to make it safer not being implemented, reducing this target means they are still at risk. So I don't want to see any reduction of DSI, because it will happen to vulnerable users, which are the cyclists and the walkers, and then the identified areas where we've already had loss of life. And then you look at the Qatar and the projects that have fallen off there, being the 3 kilometres in Royal Oak and Tūāhanga of safe cycling facilities. So it's not something I can support. And also regarding the emissions reduction. So I've already lost 5 people in my ward who were cycling and didn't come home. So I can't see my support for anything that means this will continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just exercise my right of reply now as a mover. I guess the first point I'd like to make is we've been through a pretty exhaustive process here, folks, in terms of workshops and backwards and forwards to AT. So there has been ample opportunity leading up to the 11th hour to address matters such as this that haven't really been taken advantage of, but that's obviously that's the prerogative of councillors to do that. I guess the thing that's foremost in my mind coming to this vote is really what has this statement of intent endeavoured to do, and notwithstanding some of the valid comments on the limitations of the statement of intent and in terms of what gets rolled out in reality, is pretty well encapsulated by the Chair's forward, in which he says, "Our direction is clear. Aucklanders expect a fundamental change in our approach. We have heard that and we will change. That is why it is critical that we understand the complex and differing needs of the communities we serve and how people live their lives. We haven't always got this right. At times we have focused too much on getting the job done and not enough on the people whose lives or businesses we impact." He goes on and elaborates on that view. So essentially by voting against the statement of intent, you're fundamentally voting against a statement that is endeavoured to bring about the change in the way that Auckland Transport have responded to our statement, which just seems staggering to me. So a genuine and real effort has been made to respond to our direction, and they have done that over the statement of intent as a whole. Yet at the last thing, we face the prospect, as is people's right, to vote the whole thing down. I find that a little hard to understand. As far as the matter itself goes, and deaths and serious injuries certainly doesn't become much more serious than that, but I would just repeat the explanatory note that Stacey gave to us when she spoke, and that was in respect of the targets that people are upset about have been reset from the baseline result of 665 deaths. So that's what actually happened on the ground, 665 deaths and serious injuries in the 12 months to June 2023. The target trajectory is calculated from that baseline result, and that is going down. That is going down from what the reality on the ground was, 665 deaths. The target for this year, no more than 640. Target the following year, no more than 616, no more than 591. So it is actually going down. So let's get that clear. And the baseline is based on what actually happened. I'm not quite sure what other baseline is most relevant here than the actual deaths we're dealing with, deaths and serious injuries that we're dealing with. Certainly my experience over many years looking at deaths and serious injuries is that quite often they go up and down, and quite often irrespective of investment into the safety measures or campaigns. So you get some quite perverse results where there's a huge blitz on certain areas, and the death rates or the death and serious injuries actually go up. So this is not a straightforward matter of just of targets, as if targets in themselves determine the outcome. That's not the way deaths and serious injuries work out. But I do repeat, the salient point here is the targets are going down, and they are based on real-time, real-life experience of this year. I think that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable starting point. So if people want to maintain the notion that somehow a target in itself will bring about the change, or that target is not one of actually reduction, well, then that's over to them. So I guess finally I'll just say that this is an important matter that a lot of work's gone in, that we've been involved with in one form or another over quite a significant period of time. Auckland Transport have endeavoured to respond in a genuine fashion. I think it would be highly inappropriate for that response then to be voted down or rejected at the last moment. Thank you. So we have the... Okay, I've had a call for a division. The recommendations are up on the screen in front of you. I'll leave that to Duncan to conduct and Sam to conduct then.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you are voting on clauses A to C. Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Mayor Brown. For. Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Member Renata. Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker. Councillor Williamson.
Okay, that's the numbers in, Duncan?
And that is carried 14 votes to 6.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for that item. So we go to item 11 now, which is the options to reform legislation governing transport in Auckland. And I understand that we are going to have an introduction from Mayor Brown, and then we will have a presentation from Max Hardy, Chief of Staff, Alistair Cameron, Manager, and Katie Bexley, Legal Counsel for Public Law. So I think probably the best place to start, given the nature of this recommendation, is with the Mayor. So Mayor Brown, I hand over to you.
Thank you for that. I'm actually in the odd position of being the author and signatory on this one. It's so exciting. Auckland's system of planning transport is broken and in desperate need of fixing. It's way too complex, there are too many parties involved, and it's not properly joined up. Agreements made between Council and the Crown, including the Mayor and Minister, can be contradicted or relitigated every step of the way. So we can announce grand plans every 3 years as part of ATAP only to see them ignored. We politicians are elected to set direction, but in Auckland we have no real say over what transport projects proceed and what do not. I don't need to remind everyone here that this is a major source of frustration for Aucklanders. I'm proposing 2 ways of fixing this. Firstly, a joint committee with the government to agree an integrated transport plan for Auckland, which will agree the direction for transport in Auckland and ensure major projects are coordinated. This provides a statutory basis for some of what is being done anyway, the ATAP process and the integrated plan. It isn't only about projects, it's also about funding, revenue and governance. Secondly, the regional land transport plan needs to be developed and approved by Auckland Council rather than by a committee largely comprising of Auckland Transport Board members. Of course, Auckland Transport needs to be closely involved in that. Their expertise is important, and we will work constructively with them in delivering a better system, but it must be for us elected members to approve the final plan. We're the only council not like that. I intend to lobby all political parties for this necessary legislative change, and I've made good progress on that already. There is an appetite for this. However, Council also needs to step up and take initiative. Councils have the power to introduce legislation as a local bill, which we should make use of where appropriate. I'm proposing that staff work up a local bill over the next month to bring back to the governing body for our consideration. After some further discussion, I'm also proposing a few additional resolutions to this, which I've put forward here, and which ask that they be accepted as a Chair's recommendation. This reflects our intent to work with AT in developing the solution and also getting the change and approach underway in the meantime, not waiting. Okay, that's my background for that, and I'll hand over to the staff, but thank you for letting me address you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the Mayor has said most of what I was planning on saying, but I'll just quickly go through the presentation that has been prepared, which follows on from the workshop you had as a group, I think it was last week. I should probably note that it also follows on from issues that have been raised by councillors in previous political terms, as well as the CCO review, which considered the issue of who had responsibility for preparing and agreeing, mostly agreeing the regional land transport plan. So this isn't a new issue, but it sort of builds on things that have been discussed over a period of years. What are the issues? The Mayor's already got into these, so I won't labour them. I think you saw this diagram at the workshop last week, which goes some way to trying to explain the complexity of the planning and investment framework in Auckland, which is simply just overly complex. There's too many decision makers and not enough coordination and integration between Auckland and Wellington. I should probably note that the proposed reforms to the Resource Management Act and water will only add to the complication and make this worse, not better. It's probably worth noting that as funding becomes an increasing issue for both local and central government, a range of sort of parallel and bespoke arrangements have been sort of added into the system, and new agencies have been created, which again add to the complexity of the system. And I think complexity is the enemy of efficiency and effectiveness in this case. I think one of the other issues that the Mayor highlighted is what some would argue is a democratic deficit in decision making. As the Mayor rightly pointed out, Auckland Council is the only unitary authority in New Zealand that doesn't have elected members aside from the councillors appointed to the Auckland Transport Board, sitting around the Regional Transport Committee. I think what that results in is, as a collective group, you don't really have any meaningful role in transport planning in Auckland other than to strike the rate to fund it all. So effectively your role is to decide how much to rate the people of Auckland to pay for other people's decisions. Oh, this slide just covers off what I was talking about in terms of who sits on regional transport committees. I should also note that over the last few years there have been attempts to sort of improve the governance of planning and investment in Auckland. Things like the ATAP process with central government. I think the fundamental issue there is that it's non-statutory and not binding. So you can reach agreement with the government and then it doesn't necessarily guarantee that what's agreed in there will be funded. And I think, yeah, there's also a joint non-legislative approach to jointly preparing the RLTP with Auckland Transport. So there are other measures that have been try to deal with these issues. As the Mayor has suggested, he wants to progress legislative change to actually change the laws around who agrees what in Auckland. As discussed at the workshop, there's two paths you can go down here. One is government-led legislative reform, or the second and recommended is a local bill which puts the onus more on you to drive it and to actually get this on the legislative program. The disadvantage of waiting for the government to lead the process is it may never become a priority for them, and there's no certainty that they'll, whatever new government is formed post-October, will pick this up and run with it. On the slide here is the preferred option for the local bill. Just a couple of things I want to note. One is the Joint Transport Committee at the top, which would have responsibility for developing and agreeing a long-term integrated transport plan for Auckland, which would be made up with representatives from both Auckland and Wellington. And beneath that, the Auckland Regional Transport Committee, which would have responsibility for developing and approving the Auckland Regional Transport Plan. I think there's some options about who would sit on either one of those committees, and that's part of the work that would have to be sort of discussed and agreed if you decide to progress the local bill, filling out some of the detail of exactly who would sit on there, but there are some options there. And look, I won't labour these too much, but the benefits of the preferred option, I think it just reflects that the important roles that both the Crown as a substantial funder and Auckland Council play in the transport system. And it tries to bring it into alignment with the rest of the country, but also aims for greater integration of investment planning with Wellington, so that we can try to get biggest bang for the buck, which in a constrained funding environment I think is pretty crucial. I think it's fair to say that this won't solve the funding problems, but I'd like to think that it would help improve it. But I don't think we should shy away from the fact that revenue to fund transport in Auckland should remain a priority, and we need to think of ways to solve that issue as well. And I'll just leave it on the what we would do here if you go with this option today. I think it's a two-pronged approach as set out there. One is advocating to the incoming government for legislative change, but rather than waiting for a government to pick it up and run with it, to actually draft a local bill, work through with you and with Auckland Transport what the actual detail of that bill would be, and bring that back here so we can actively go to Wellington and say this is what Auckland Council would like. I don't think I've got anything else to add there. If Max, you've got nothing, so look, happy to take questions.
Thanks, Alistair. I open up to the room for questions then. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, team, for the workshop, but also for today's presentation. Just a question around the cost, I guess. If we do approve the preferred option, will this be worked on totally in-house by our in-house legal team with existing budgets, or will we be spending some money on external legal consultants?
I believe our resource is sitting to my right, and if you want to call her a legal team, she's an army of one, but she will be doing the drafting of the local bill. I don't think there's any plan at this stage to get any outside help on this. I think most of the effort will be working with yourselves and Auckland Transport and Katie to come up with what an acceptable local bill would be.
Kia ora, thank you.
Good question. Councillor Dalton.
Could I just have a look at the Chair's recs?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So we'll put them up.
Thanks.
You got a question now that you've had a chance to read?
Well,
Councillor?
I guess I'm happy to see F because I was concerned when I read the Chair and Deputy Chair's letter that came in last evening, and I thought, honestly, we've been very clear we need to improve our relationship and respect for each other, and I hope that this is the way forward on that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dalton. Yes, we do have a couple of questions. Councillor Philippina online.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies for not being there. Alistair, who are the other people that you referred to in your presentation? Who were you referring to?
You might need to be more specific. My mind's getting a bit foggy. What part of my presentation?
It was right at the beginning when you had a look at that cumbersome chart and you said there's other people who have decision making.
There's probably others in the room that can speak to this more knowledgeability, but you've got central government who, as evidenced by the Herald articles today, issue a GPS. Outside of that, there's also central government decisions on bespoke projects, which tend to be the bigger scale things, such as City Rail Link, Auckland Light Rail, etc. You've also got Waka Kotahi, who their board sits there and also makes decisions around funding investment. So even though something might get agreed through a process such as ATAP, the Waka Kotahi board still has a separate role in deciding about funding for the projects within that. ATAP in itself was other decision makers, as I understand it. That was, I think the Minister of Transport was involved directly in decision making around that. As well as Kiwi Rail. Sorry, my apologies, I'm feeling a bit under the weather at the moment. So you've got Kiwi Rail and the like, and once projects actually move into an implementation phase as well, you've got other entities such as City Rail Link, which have been established, and some of the decisions that sit around there have impacts on the wider network as well. So it's trying to get an integrated view and appreciation from all of those decision makers that the decisions that they make have impacts on the wider transport network, and try to get a coordinated view of that.
So, Alistair, can you go through the PowerPoint with that cumbersome PowerPoint you had up there? Can you go back to that? And was that sent out to elected members, independent Māori statutory boards, your presentation?
I believe it's on Nexus, and that diagram.
I've just had a look on Nexus, I haven't seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that diagram itself, I believe, is actually in the paper, although it's probably so small it'll be illegible in there. But I understand it was sent out at the workshop last week and is in Nexus and it was sent yesterday, I'm being told.
Okay, look, the reason I asked whether it was sent out to, because on my right-hand side of that chart, you've got Auckland Transport. Now, you've mentioned the other people and you've mentioned quite a bit. Is this local bill that you referred to, is that local bill trying to fix what I'm seeing in front of me, or just what the right-hand side on the blue? What is this going to fix?
Hopefully everything. I'm an eternal optimist, councillor. But I think, and this is partly what goes to the options around who sits on the relevant committees here, because I think the overall objective here is the Auckland Council and Crown to jointly make integrated decisions about planning for the Auckland transport system. and the Crown covers a number of entities that sat within that diagram, whether it's Kiwi Rail, Waka Kotahi, etc. So it's somehow trying to develop a system which includes all the decision makers on that page. I think the aspect of this that relates directly to the right-hand side of that diagram with Auckland Transport is purely the responsibility for the Regional Land Transport Plan, which currently sits with AT, and part of this proposal is to make that your responsibility as the governing body.
Yeah. And Chair, sorry about the questions. I just need to get my head around. Sorry, Chair. Just got a couple of more. Alistair, if you go through to the slide that's got CCO review was non-legislative. With that CCO review, it came through and it was suggested. So we're just going against the suggestion from the CCO review and looking for a local bill?
The suggestion from the CCO review was to try to find a way of working collaboratively with Auckland Transport to develop the RLTP, and if that couldn't work, then to seek legislative change. So the CCO review sort of had a bob each way on it.
And have we attempted what was in the CCO review regarding the non-legislative approach?
From memory, when the CCO review was reported up and its recommendations agreed, the previous RLTP was pretty close towards being sort of finalised and agreed, so there wasn't a great deal of time following that recommendation to try to do a fully integrated approach or joint approach at preparing and approving the RLTP. A paper will be coming to this committee, I think, next month with a proposal how the next RLTP will be jointly developed between Auckland Council and Auckland Transport, which will try it. I think the issue is, so in short, I don't think it's been given a proper go yet, but I think one of the points here that has been raised by a number of councillors over a long period of time is that lack of democratic accountability for the Regional Land Transport Plan, which everywhere else in the country it is elected members who sit on that Regional Transport Committee.
Yeah, 3 more quick questions. Sorry, Chair. Look, I just need to because I'm not really sort of heading in the same space as the recommendations are. Alistair, from your opinion, should we try what the CCO review indicated around the non-legislative before we go to public bill? What are the cons with the local bill? And the last question is, do you know why under section 38 of the local government Auckland Council Amendment, why Auckland Transport was established? So those are the 3 quick questions. Sorry, Alistair.
There's a lot packed into those, Councillor. I think I'll go in reverse order. Why was Auckland Transport appointed? Look, that goes back to the days of the Royal Commission as to why it was a good idea to have a standalone transport entity. I would note that on amalgamation, Auckland Council had responsibility for developing the Regional Land Transport Strategy, so the strategic end of what is now an RLTP, and Auckland Transport had responsibility for the Regional Land Transport Program, which gave effect to that strategy. In 2013, the government changed that. So in many ways, what's proposed is taking us back to what was envisaged on amalgamation. I hope you don't ask me why the government changed things in 2013, because I can't answer that. I've rambled on so long, Councillor, I've forgotten your earlier questions. I should have taken them in the right order.
Well, the first one of the three was, wouldn't it be better to do what the CCO review has indicated to do, because you said that we hadn't had the opportunity with the last one. Wouldn't it be better before we then jump to this legislative change? And the second question of the three, and you answered the third, is what are the cons?
I think the first one is an inherently political question rather than one for me to give advice on. I think, what would I say to that? I think the CCO model is premised on council setting the strategic direction and CCOs implementing. And perhaps I'll just leave that one there. Max, do you want to?
Yeah, thanks, Alison. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think it's a good question to go back to the CCO review. In our opinion, the recommendations put forward here are consistent with what the CCO review found, which was that the current legislative arrangements are wrong in principle. So if they're wrong in principle, legislative change is one way of fixing that. We have also, and it's useful looking at the Chair's recommendation that's been put forward initially by the Mayor, which emphasises that, alongside legislative change, this is sort of D and E. What's being put forward there is a suggestion consistent with what the CCO review said, which is that the council and Auckland Transport work more closely together in developing the regional RLTP. So that reflects the CCO review, and I suppose it is a political question for council to decide whether you also want to pursue legislative change. But in our view, the recommendations put here are entirely consistent with the CCO review's position.
Okay. Look, thanks, John, and I reserve my right to speak, but I don't think it reflects, Max, just to let you know that the non-legislative, we're going through the public, so that's an argument I'll end up with the debate. Kilda.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Filipaina. We have a number of other councillors now. Councillors Newman, Darby, Baker, Member Renata, and Councillor Lee. Councillor Newman.
Reserving my right to speak, but can I ask, so agree with the intent here. It feels to me more like a government bill than a local bill. So can I just get a sense, have you had any feedback from ministers about their appetite for this matter to be incorporated into a piece of government legislation to follow?
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'm the right person to answer that question. So there's been a number of conversations with ministers and with opposition spokespeople from various parties about this. In fact, there was conversations with ministers started before the last local elections with the previous mayor around seeking legislative change along these lines, and the position taken by the government then and subsequently was, while they support the intent of the council's, what the council's seeking here and the change that we're looking for, they didn't consider it a priority for government legislation. So the conversation then moved to, well, if we put forward this as a local bill, would that be something that you would support? And the indication we've had from both opposition and the government is that that's something that they would encourage us to do. Now there is a legitimate question around the proper scope of a government bill and how, a local bill, and how you can sort of pitch that. The recommendation that we've put forward is really having it both ways. So we seek government intervention, but we also get on and with doing the work to put forward, this is an idea around how we would do things. Now, if that ultimately isn't considered appropriate for a local bill, well, then there's a ready-made package for the government to pick up. But certainly this is a way of us pushing it along. So it's a valid question, but that's really where the tactics come in.
Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Just in terms of the D, Mayor, I just want to acknowledge your accommodation with the F as well, to build a collaborative process. Thank you for that. Just in terms of the D, I gather that's making a request of the Auckland Transport Board, is it not? Because they have the statutory responsibility right now. Barry, are you satisfied that that's going clear, that it's a request of the board? And while we're thinking about that, just in terms of the Auckland Council side, can I have some clarification as to what part of the council are we talking about? The Transport Strategy Unit of Council working with Auckland Transport? Is that the intention? Sorry, Alistair. Yeah.
I think to the second part, yes, it would be my expectation it would be the Transport Strategy team working on this.
And would I be right in assuming that, you know, any future reports, and I appreciate this report needs political author with the mayor, and in the future reports would be the authorising persons would be Chief Executive Delegated and Chief Executive of Auckland Transport Delegated, if they so choose.
For the RLTP work.
Not just for anything that's coming to this committee related to the RLTP as shown there. I'm assuming that the chief executives of the respective organisations, or whoever they delegate their authorising to, would be the authors of the report.
To be fair, I hadn't thought about that. It would certainly, from here on in, will be staff reports, and at the very least it would have to include Auckland Transport's view of things, whether it's jointly signed out or not. We can discuss, but it depends what the committee would like.
Yeah, look, that would be good. I think it would be really good to, if there are diverging views between this Auckland Council organisation and the Auckland Transport organisation, it would be good to make those really clear.
I think the undertaking that we can give you, irrespective of who signs out the report, is that we will include the views of Auckland Transport in future reporting.
Thank you. Thank you.
We've got Councillor Baker now.
So just a very quick one. So with, I guess, F, does that create a conflict with A2? And so A2 seems to be very, very, prescriptive in what it's saying. And I'm taking into reference the letter from the chair and deputy chair of the AD board. But is that tying us into something, or is that because, or is F? I'm just worried if we're going to enter into a collaborative way of working. It's that A2 is very, very prescriptive, and it might be a question for you, Your Worship. I don't know. It just seems to me it's sort of counterproductive a little bit.
No, I don't think so. I mean, the thing is, ultimately, we do want to have the lead role, because it will be ours that we are responsible for. But F is telling us that in order to produce that, we're going to work collaboratively with them, so that we're not going to produce something or other that they're not unaware of. It's one of the problems we're overcoming, because we had, for instance, zero collaboration from the Wairarapa Harbour crossing team, and we didn't get collaboration from the Auckland Light Rail until fairly well through the piece, but then we did get some. And even the City Rail Link, whilst that was a joint thing right from the very start, we never actually had control of the money. So we've had the embarrassing and nasty situation of having to fine 537 million because we didn't have a real controlling say. So I think that they are collaborative and those things, but it was a very good question. Thank you.
Okay, Member Renata.
Just a quick question, and it's around the proposed option here. What's the strategy in terms of Māori engagement in the decision making throughout all levels that you propose up on the diagram up there?
So the question is about decision making in the proposed structure with the joint decision making committee in the Auckland, so in the future state rather than developing it.
That's correct.
Look, that's detail that that needs to be worked through. And that will have to be included in the detail of the local bill that it's developed, so we'll need to work with this committee to figure that out. And as I mentioned before, there's sort of options around memberships of committees, how these, plans will be developed and what engagement processes be gone through. But Max, you might have something to add.
Well, the Mayor might actually.
The whole point is to bring IMSB into some position of power. We're all locked out at the moment, and so that's one of the byproducts of that was your position on this here, and the IMSB members will be part of the producing of the regional land transport plan, in which you are not at the moment.
Well, thanks for that explanation. It's just that you explain the different boards, Auckland Transport, City Link, Rail Link and whatnot. I never heard anything else, nor did I hear IMSB.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's a good question and a pointed one. And I think that our position is that the recommendation here provides an opportunity to enhance and increase the representation of mana whenua and IMSB in particular on in decision making on transport matters. So there's certainly by bringing things closer to the council, that sort of probably goes with the territory then. So I think the details of how that works aren't in the paper, but that would be the next step to work with the IMSB and others to work through those details.
Just to flow on from that, the how in terms of iwi mātāwaka is definitely engaged in the delivery if it is approved. The issue I'm talking about is more about the decision making throughout that structure that Alistair had placed up.
Look, I think all I can say to that is that's all yet to be worked through. This is the very start of a conversation. Well, sorry, the workshop last week was the very start of this conversation, and that's just detail that will need to be worked through, and an important detail at that.
Right, okay. Thank you, Member Renata. And we've got Councillor Lee.
Yes, before I ask the question, just I think Councillor Filipaina mentioned the Local Government Auckland Council Amendment Act and the purposes of Auckland Transport, and I have it here, and AT directors may remember that I would kind of repeat this every now and then. The purpose of Auckland Transport is to contribute to an effective and efficient land transport system to support Auckland's social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being. I won't discuss that any further, but my question is, in regard to regional transport committees and I think joint regional transport committees, in the Act, it says, in the case of Auckland, the governing body, these can be the governing body of Auckland Transport, which is the situation, or a joint regional transport committee that includes Auckland Transport as a member. Is that, a lot of these clauses get repealed and changed all the time, so is that still valid? My question is, if we can't get a private member's bill or legislation change, is there options within the existing legislation to achieve what the Mayor is looking for?
I'm conscious I'm surrounded by two actual lawyers as opposed to a retired one. I do not.
Which provision of the Act?
Yeah, my understanding is that there's not scope within the current legislation, but we'll frantically check that. Which section were you looking at, sorry?
Well, we could come back later on that, I think. Okay, thank you.
Right, so if you get back to Councillor Lee on that one, that'd be appreciated. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Dalton to finish us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to speak a little later on, but I'd like to ask some questions from those who have supported us through this process on the practical ways that this might be advanced. And I ask that in the context of the questions put by Councillor Newman. Both Maurice Williamson and I have some experience on private members' bills, local bills, and all of those sorts of things. And there might be a tendency to try and do a deep dive today to get all of the intricate details of this. My question to you, from your most recent experience, if you can gain the support of a local member or, you know, whatever method that gets the bill before the House, it strikes me that the most important thing is that you get it referred to a select committee, because once it's referred to a select committee, it goes out for submissions, and then a cross-party group look at those very issues that we are seeking to address. We know that we're like little mice on a treadmill, just going through the motions, ticking boxes, but unable, I'm not going to say incapable, unable to actually take the strategic directions that we need to meet the people of Auckland's expectation of transport. And so the question, because I'm mindful this must be a question, is could you please explain if we have approached local members, because I'm aware that there might be a number of local members across the parliamentary and political divide that would be interested in this, and then what would then likely happen?
Thank you, Councillor, for the excellent question. I think the answer to the first question is yes, we have approached local members about this, although you know, in fairness to the governing body and councillors, we've wanted to work through this process before we get too detailed about that. But we have spoken with local members of Parliament who have expressed a interest, maybe even an eagerness to be involved in this and to work with council on putting forward, you know, sponsoring a local bill and working through the details of it. And the intention is that if a local bill was to be sponsored or it was to be taken up as a government bill and into the House, that Auckland Council would be intimately involved in the select committee process, and that we would be hoping for a fairly bipartisan, cross-party approach to figuring out the transport, how the transport system in Auckland should be governed for the future. So there seems to be an eagerness among parliamentarians to be involved in that process, and I think the select committee process, if we did get there, would probably yield a better piece of legislation as a result.
So my second part to that question is, how common is it for a bill introduced to Parliament of this kind that meets support for then to be adopted as a government bill in the final stages? I mean, I asked that question in the context of ones that I sponsored in my years, things like the Cancer Registry Act, the female genital mutilation legislation that we now have. These entered because they were sponsored but then became government legislation. Can you advise in terms of recent times what the practice is likely to be to those who feel that this should be government legislation?
I think, thanks, Councillor. I think you've sort of answered the question with the question, but yeah, my understanding is that it's a very common practice. You propose a local bill, it's very common then to ask the government to pick it up, and if the government supports it, that you know, it is a common practice that they will then do so, particularly if they want to make changes. So that would the other point I would make is that yes, local bills often deal with smaller topics, but there is no local government as large as Auckland Council. We are unique, and so if if any local authority was going to propose a local bill which was of greater significance than the usual local bill, it would be Auckland Council that would be doing that, and perhaps it's time that we did.
Right, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And final question, Councillor Dalton. So it's okay? So I think the Mayor would like to move the recommendations if the person out the front can leave the front. And well, I'm happy for Councillor Fletcher to about a seniority on that one to second it. So we have it moved and seconded, and it's now up for debate. And I think we had a couple of people indicated an interest in speaking. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the Mayor's proposal. I support the recommendations. I do take on board the letter received from the Chair of AT, and his advice is well worth considering, given his experience both in local government and in the Ministry of Transport. And his view is that a much more comprehensive reform needs to take place. However, in the meantime, I see no contradiction in moving ahead with this change. Auckland Council's position, if this is passed, has not changed. When the super city, so-called, was established, regional transport committees were the province of the Auckland Council. It was in 2012 and 13 when the bill became law, that Minister Stephen Joyce, I understand, pushed these changes, and as one of the key architects of the Auckland Council reform, along with Honourable Minister Hyde, Mr. Joyce was a key player in the super city reform, probably the key player actually. He created Auckland Transport, which still is absolutely unique in New Zealand. And subsequently, he changed the Act 3 years later to reinforce the role and responsibilities and indeed the power of Auckland Transport by integrating regional transport committees. Somewhat bizarrely, I have to say, as a function of the unelected directors of Auckland Transport. It never really sat comfortably in practical terms, because the whole culture in New Zealand and the whole purpose of the Act is to engage with the public. And elected people are accountable to the public, whereas directors, whatever their ability, are not directly accountable. And so the whole culture of this country and this legislation is based on elected people being accountable for the money. It's the taxation representation principle, and that is why originally in Auckland and everywhere else in the country right now, transport committees, regional transport committees, are carried out by elected people in regional councils and in the territorial local authorities, and also there are roles for special interest groups, disabled people, I think, if I recall, and also there was special citizens co-opted who represented walking and cycling and so on. And that's how it worked in Auckland under the Auckland Regional Council, and that's how it works in the rest of the country. So I see this as aligning Auckland back with the system of local and regional government and transport administration in the rest of this country. There's one thing that that I found somewhat weak in the AT approach. It was competent enough, but because of the somewhat one steps removed from the public, as it were, in terms of RLTP and the Public Transport Management Plan, over time, this has moved away from direct consultation to more like led, managed, have your say sorts of events and online feedback, bloody blah, blah. They're not the only ones. This council is guilty of that ourselves in terms of our responsibility to consult with the public under the Land Transport Act. Even the special consultative procedure may be considered for our RLTPs, and unfortunately may is thought by management to represent don't have to and therefore will not. And so what I would suggest, if we are to take this role back, we have to start thinking a little bit more, somewhat more, about the public when it comes to transport, and particularly public transport. And I would like to see that principle embodied in these recommendations, that one of the motivations are not just for Auckland Council to take back this role, to take back this responsibility, to take back this power, but also because we're doing it not for our own aggrandisement, but we're doing it to be closer and more accountable to the people of Auckland. And we need to, I think if I recall from annual plan discussions, there is a commitment at least to consider proper full hearings in the next LTP, which is, I think, is a requirement in my view. But I think in these important matters, the RLTP, the Public Transport Management Plan, we should allow the public to come into the room and interact with us and hear what they have to say. And I think people will be surprised how much value that adds to the process. So yes, with those remarks, I would say that I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lee. That's certainly set the scene as far as the historical perspective here that is very important. So we have waiting to speak Councillor Filipaina, Dalton, Newman, Fletcher, Williamson and Councillor Baker. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad that I'm following Councillor Lee, because I also was going to reiterate around the 2013 legislation that Councillor Lee has mentioned. Chair, I will be supporting the recommendations, and part of the reason I asked all the questions that I did is because I would rather have us go down the non-legislative and working with Auckland Transport, but as Alistair said, you know, we were going to try and sort of do that, didn't have the opportunity to do that with the last statement of intent. But then with the addition of D, E and F, I sort of changed in regards to supporting it. I did, however, go through the CCO review again, and on page 7 is the Auckland Transport 4 recommendations in there, or 4 statements in there, and then I looked at pages 33 to 39, which was all in regards to Auckland Transport. So the addition to D, E and F, and also I think for us it's now time to put a line in the sand in regards to the setting of the strategy and policy. So Chair, very quickly I will be supporting it. Kilda.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Dalton.
I'll be quick too, because I'm more or less going to say the same as Alf. I did want to acknowledge the letter from the Chair and the Deputy Chair. I've always felt very strongly about the relationships that we should hold with our CCO governors. And I think that the line in there that says that their board's usual desire is to have a strategic governance conversation and form a collaborative view, and that is what we should be doing. We know in an ideal world we wouldn't need to go down a legislative track to do this, but I take the point on where we have come from and how this has worked well, and this aligns us now with other councils. I support that. I think it's actually could be very good because sometimes, you know, be careful what you wish for, right? We're now going to be even more accountable. And I remember, was it last year, the RLTP, where Auckland Transport got taken to court by the climate change lawyers. That will now be us if we can't get the RLTP right. So an opportunity for us to really follow through on our commitments that we have made through the Climate Action Plan, through the TURP, to be able to set a plan for Auckland that is going to get us where we need to go. And hopefully, you know, we will get all the information and the advice that we need to be able to get there alongside Auckland Transport and in particular, people that have done so much work for us, like Michael Roth and others in our growth transport and infrastructure strategy team, doing incredible work and have worked hard to try and get things over the line and haven't quite got there. So this is actually going to be a great opportunity for us to take more responsibility and be held accountable as much as we're holding Auckland Transport accountable for not delivering on our expectations. So I support you, Mayor, on this and looking forward to the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Newman.
In the CCO review, I made my submission to the panel on that I felt that the Part 4 provisions of the Lagaka were obsolete. We were an outlier. Auckland region was treated differently. That was not right. That there was a need for change. That didn't end up being adopted as part of that CCO review, more unfortunately. I do support this because I think that the bill should be a government bill, but I mean, the Mayor is right, and the Mayor is working in the right direction on this. It's a pity that we couldn't have done this in years past, but this is a very good start. I am not sure how it flows that, you know, at the moment, our relationship with Auckland Transport is for its statement of intent. Thankfully, that is now passed. But it goes to the point, Chair, if there is concern about the responsibilities that are going to fall on us under this new legislation, well, it is our responsibility as people who are elected with a mandate, and we fulfil our mandate. And Councillor Lee is right. Ultimately, the best mechanism in an organisation like Auckland Council is for decision-making and responsibility to sit with those people who govern, not with unelected directors. And it would be good to be able to bring us into alignment with how the rest of the country governs its transport arrangements to the extent that we can. I do hope, through you, Chair, that the Mayor continues to have a degree of success with transport spokespeople from all parties about this ultimately folding into what will be a government bill. It will not be addressed before the election, but I do hope that it will inform thinking after the election, because there will be a government of whatever colour, and that ultimately these are matters that I think are best addressed through a government bill. And so certainly if this is helpful to kick that off, then that's good. In the meantime, I'm pleased that we passed a statement of intent.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, I think others have traversed, particularly Councillor Lee, why we should be supporting this. But I just want to take us back a little while. Amalgamation for Auckland largely came around in the first instance because we had so many layers in terms of decision making. You had all the legacy councils, you had the mayoral forum, which in many ways was sort of, it was a non-statutory grouping. People knew, common sense dictated that people needed to come together to make decisions, but there was no legal requirement for them to do so. And if there was any one thing that drove amalgamation, it was transport. We could talk about stadia and all sorts of other things, but primarily it was about transport. And the legislation that was ultimately passed was defective. And yes, I do hold some severe grudges against Rodney Hyde because it's put us off to a really bad start. However, it became apparent, and certainly the lobbying that many of us undertook, to say, look, there's a whole range of areas within the Auckland legislation that need fixing. I think governments, whether you're talking about the government of John Key or whether we're talking about subsequent governments, nobody has really wanted to touch it because Auckland legislation, by and large, by governments, is seen as toxic. And they don't want to fall foul of the general public. So we pushed, some of us pushed really hard for that CCO review. And he doesn't often get much credit around here. But John Tamihere was the one that really pushed that during the election campaign for the Mayoralty, for the need for a CCO review. And I think that that was a positive step. It was accepted on the election campaign by the then Mayor, Phil Goff, that we did need that review. But the idea from the beginning of a sort of a clean decision-making process it's morphed into something really complex again, whether we're talking about Light Rail Limited, whether we're talking about CRL Limited, Kiwi Rail, Waka Kotahi, I could go on and on and on. And everything I've seen, you know, it's been foreshadowed to us there will be greater levels of complexity that will come in with RMA reform. Sooner or later, we need to do something if we are to deliver effectively and be accountable for the $30 billion worth of investment that we have agreed to do over the next 30 odd years. There does need to be clarity around decision making. What is being proposed here is not quite perfect. I would be the first to agree. Some might say, why is the Mayor doing this and why would the Minister do that? I think these are all the sorts of things that will get ironed out during the select committee process. And what we are doing today is simply giving officers a sense of direction in communicating with the Office of the Clerk, in enabling them to speak with the parliamentarians, you know, and we all hope that this will be a cross-party thing. So I just want to conclude on saying, good on the Mayor, this is long, long overdue, and I am grateful that he has had the single-mindedness through his office to really try and advance this, and I hope that it can be supported by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Williamson, perhaps you could clarify your role in 210 and 213 and all of this?
I would have to serve time within a penitentiary based on my role within that. Look, I want to just agree with a number of the councillors here, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of that, but I do want to stress one thing. We're quite different to everything else in New Zealand that's called a local authority. We are way more like a state government in any other country you can name. For example, we've got 34% of New Zealand's population. There isn't a single state in Australia that comes near 34%. Not a state, not New South Wales even, the massive population isn't 34%. In the United States, where I've been for a while, lots and lots and lots of states have less than 1 million people in them. And they have a state government. And that state government has the power to do a whole range of things that a local authority does not. Taxation abilities, revenue raising, and so on. So I'd suggest this. You will not get more open ears from politicians than in the next 2 months. That they're falling over backwards to try to want to get people to vote for them in all regards. And I don't think the words up there to take it to the incoming government, I saw on one of the big sheets, to take this proposal to the incoming government is right. I think you should be taking this to them earlier and trying to get them to take a position, because I think there is real merit in what we're proposing to take back some of the controls that the original legislation took away. And I actually think they'd be very reluctant to fight against us, to argue against us, because Auckland is where elections are won. Auckland is where elections are won, and my view is that really, I don't think you'll get this through as a local bill. I've actually had to reject several local bills in my history because they were outside of scope, too convoluted and complex, and I think you'll find there'll be arguments from the clerk's office that this doesn't meet the criteria for a local bill. No harm in putting it up, and no harm in saying, well, who salutes it? Run it up the flagpole, see who salutes it. And I tell you what, none of the major parties out there, in my view, would be prepared to fight against you on this one right now. They won't listen very much after the 15th of October, but right now is when they'll listen. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Councillor Williamson. We've got Councillor Baker.
Oh, good to listen to the odour of government it is. Yeah, look, I support this, and I particularly just wanted to, and again, I like Councillor Darby before, just thank the Mayor, I suppose, for the willingness to incorporate F. And so yesterday we had at the Auckland Transport Committee meeting, we had a little session on the letter that was written, and it was by the Chair and Deputy, and it was unanimously supported, including Chris and I, because I think what it shows is that the Auckland Transport Board and Auckland Transport as an organisation is really, really willing to actually look at change and to work with council to actually do change, and we've seen that in the as you read out before, Mr. Chair, the sort of the preamble from the Chair and the SOI. So, look, I just want to make sure though that there is really a commitment to collaborate with Auckland Transport, and that we do see that. And I've mentioned it to a couple of people, and I mentioned it to Auckland Transport yesterday. I think one of the missing pieces, this is a really complex puzzle, and one of the missing pieces is that we as governors do not get together, and we haven't got together. So the Board of Auckland Transport and this governing body have never actually sat down as a group in this term and had a workshop and had a chat about what's really important to us. And I'd really love to see, as potentially part of this of this project, that we do that, and that we get together and we just have an open discussion about what it is we want, because we spend so much time firing letters and emails and making statements and meetings like this, when actually it's built on some sort of, I guess, misunderstanding and I guess the privilege that Mike and I and Chris and I now have of sitting around that board is listening to the debates that they have as a board, and it'd be really good to be able to do that. So I'll be voting for this, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it, and I think it's a good step.
All right, just the right of reply now from Mayor Brown. Perhaps you could address the issue that Councillor Williamson brought up too in that reply, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, thanks for everybody for their input, and thanks for the general levels of support. This is fixing a problem that's been around for a while. One of the advantages that the council have over Auckland Transport, and I'm completely happy with the working together thing. I mean, I never suspected we wouldn't. But you do find as Mayor you can actually bring in the other ones which are out there. Auckland Light Rail, or City Rail Link, and AT have had trouble getting into those ones as well. As Mayor, you get a chance to have a lot more to do with the IMSB and with my fellow iwi sponsors for Auckland Light Rail, and I've very much enjoyed the support. In terms of Councillor Williamson suggesting that, where's a bit about the government, to request the Mayor to advocate for legislative change giving effect to the principles above to be a priority for the incoming government. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm pinning these buggers down on both sides, you never know what might happen, to make sure that they do support this. And I've got very senior people who, I think Max said before, they're quite eager to. And they're eager to now, of course, before the election. But being eager in supporting me and then changing your mind later on is a very career-limiting move. And so I'm fully on top of taking effect of item B. And I'm very happy to have included D, E and F. I have listened to my fellow councillors and that all makes sense. Really, this should never have had to have been done. It is ridiculous that Horowhenua Council, wherever that is, can set up their RLTP and we can't. So I look forward to this getting through and thank you for your support.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Okay, declared that carried unanimously. If we want to send a message to our parliamentary colleagues, a unanimous vote at Auckland Council, a rare and wonderful thing. Yeah, no, sorry, we've got two in a row here. We're going to be on a hat trick. Okay, so item 2 is pretty much pro forma, I think, Duncan. There's a summary of transport information, memorandum, workshops and briefings. Could someone move that, please? Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Foley. All those in favour?
Division.
And the final item, extraordinary item, which will be hopefully relatively short, but perhaps quite useful. This goes to a couple of quick verbal updates, just to try and keep us up with the speed of things that are happening, and things happen very quickly at the moment. We've got the Waitemata Harbour Connections project, and Megan is going to give us a quick update on that. Then Barry is going to give us a quick update on the GPS and a couple of other matters coming before this committee. So with a bit of luck, that'll be all over in about 10 minutes. Over to you, Megan.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, everyone. Look, just a quick reminder, you will all be aware that on the 6th of August, the Prime Minister and David Parker, the Minister of Transport, announced the government would proceed with the second harbour crossing. You'll know that there has been limited, well, certainly effectively no governance involvement from you in that project, and some limited opportunities for you to provide feedback over the last few months. You'll remember there was a workshop with you in kind of June, July, and you provided some feedback on that, and Councillor Watson, as chair of this committee, provided a letter back to the harbour crossing team to raise some concerns about, you know, the lack of involvement from council in the project to this point. There was some insufficient information really to be able to give clear guidance to the team about the options that have been presented, the shortlisted options, and wanted more work to be done, particularly in terms of things like population intensification, VKT, vehicle kilometres travelled, climate implications and others around the project. So notwithstanding that, the government did announce that they will continue with this project. There was a proposal set out in the media, which you all know about, in broad terms, 2 new 3-lane road tunnels, effectively under the harbour, some walking and cycling paths along the existing bridge, and also a light rail tunnel, effectively going the kind of Belmont, Takapuna area, crossing over the motorway and then kind of going on to the western side of the motorway up into to Albany. So really just a verbal update on that, Mr. Chair, knowing that there is no decision for you to make, but knowing that that has happened between the last couple of committees. Thanks.
Thank you, Megan. We appreciate that. And the other update is Barry, who's got a couple of other matters to discuss briefly with us. Okay, Barry.
Oh, very quick. So just really looking forward to next month. We'll have the agenda next month. This one's been very focused on Auckland Transport. Next month we have water care and healthy waters. We'll be here. We've already talked about City Rail Link, and there'll be an update on that, and that will include Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail as well. A couple of things, just reminders, if I may. We've organised an ATOC tour. That's the Transportation Control Centre over the shore. That's on the 8th of September. Please let us know if you're keen to attend that. We're also arranging ongoing CRL tours. We've got one in early October, the 9th of October, where we've invited a number of councillors through that. We're trying to get an invite to all councillors, but on 2 or 3 trips between now and the end of the year, so keep an eye out for those. And the last one is just a verbal update on GPS, and Megan will speak to that as well. I understand that it came out today, and submissions close on the 15th of September, which is before the next Transport and Infrastructure Committee. So Megan might just speak to a process about setting out a process for consideration for how we handle it.
Thanks, Barry. So look, yes, just given the timeframes, we've got, that was released today, this afternoon, and we've got till the 15th of September. That falls between the Planning Committee on the 7th and the Transport Committee on the 21st. So what we are proposing, working through the Chair, is to do a quick report onto the Governing Body Committee next week to get a delegated subcommittee to effectively sign off the submission between now and the 15th of September. We'll report that back, of course, to committee once that's been done, but we are going to be very limited in the time we've got, so we're proposing that that's the process that we'll use. Notwithstanding all of that, we will be doing a memo for you in the next couple of days to give you a summary of the GPS. We'll also work with local boards to enable them to provide advice. Again, it's going to be very difficult for them, but we'll do our best, as always, through this process. We'll be doing a joint submission with Auckland Transport, as is our normal process. So hopefully that sits all right with you, Mr. Chair. Happy to work with you over the next few days on that.
Okay, thank you very much, Megan. I think it's just one very quick question by Councillor Philippina for Barry online.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Barry, in regards to the ATOC visit, some of us have the Māori Situi at Hawani Waititi, so I might go through the Auckland Transport or through you to get a visit for those that are attending that hui. Kia ora.
Okay. Yep.
That's fine.
Yeah, and with that, that's the end of the meeting and an early finish for once, folks. So thank you again very much for your attendance.
Thank you, Mr.
Enjoy
Chair.
the rest of your day.
Good work.